The process of understanding is very simple. The process is, as I explained last time, I explained more in detail. We are created out of the rays within the center of the universe. In interaction and reduction in strength and division by the strength in certain strength fields, in collection of the totality of the expansion of the universe, some energies, some dynamic fields have come together. Over billions of years, these fields lead to the creation of what we call the sun. Where the plasma gathers together. The same process repeats again because the sun is the same as the energy center of the universe. Now, the heavier, the larger amount of the energy which is collected in this span of the universe, we call the sun, that irradiates out, does the same thing again. Radiates its fields out, and in interaction with itself, with the fields of itself, leads to creation of planet. In that process of the creation of planet, the same process happens again. In the interaction of the fields of the earth with its environment and cooling and exchange with the strength of the other things in the environment of the space of the solar system, leads to creation of man, cell, matter state. And that itself, in coming together and slowing down in certain ways, as we call, leads to another sun. We call the soul of the man. This is the truth about the life and creation of the man. But if the soul of the man can understand and absorb and be correct with his conduct, he can become the strength of the fields and carry the strength of the field of the planet which came to this creation. And if the soul can understand with the same process, can interact, can be correct, can absorb with itself the totality of the strength of what it needs, it shall become the sun. And then the same soul has the energy that it can absorb within the solar system, within the galaxy, shall become the center of the universe. Earth, we call it the rain, come from and goes back to. In the solar system, we call it planetary system, we come from the rays, we become the planet, and we go back to the mother. The same thing happens with the galaxies, with the solar systems, which they get absorbed back in and they chewed up back into the universe. The life, the process of existence in the universe is the same. It doesn't matter on what exchange and what extent. So, what is the man fighting for? Why do we fight for something which has come from the point of the creation, and in the process it goes back to the creation? The soul of the man, as the energy of the earth, gives the face of the man, the face of the earth, and that process is the same for the soul of the man. Our soul, in reduction in strength, in interaction with the emotion of the field of the environment, leads to manifestation of the existence of the man. But once it's completed, does it need the face? Or can it be and becomes free from it, what we call the soul of the man, to be free and detached from its existence? Our soul is part of the process of the creation. The key to one question, who man shall be in the future, to be answered. As we saw the sun became the earth, and as we saw the earth became man's soul, what will be the destiny of the soul of the man now becomes free at the point of departure from physicality. Would it become the sun for creation of another life, or many lives, or correction of lives? This shall be, and this is how it happens. When you create a soul which is not correct, which is misconduct by itself, cannot give, you lead to the creation of this next cycle of creation, which has started the wrong way, the wrong strength. This is one thing the man has never understood. You become the creator of another universe, another cycle. And this is what you have to judge within the structure of the soul of the man. What would I like that cycle to be? In the physical life, we create children. In the dimension of the life of the soul of the man, what that soul will create. If man has thought up to now, that's it, my end, my point, when I die is finished, there's as much fallacy that when the sun is destroyed in any shape or form, there shall be nothing left. But we know the part of the sun becomes part of the galaxy and becomes part of new life. So shall be the soul of the man. The judgment of the man has to be according to what he sees the future his soul can conduct to be. The day of judgment is for the man, not in front of the Creator. That what my soul judges to be and what shall create. Man never understood and shall never understand till can solve this dilemma within itself. The reality is very, very, very real. And that is, as we've seen, the energy of the galaxy become the sun, the energy of the sun has become the earth, and the energy of the earth has become the soul of the man. So shall be the soul of the man, which is the energy itself, another cycle of life. How can you change when you don't understand? How can you change the process of understanding if you do not understand the process of the creation? Do we need to extend the understanding of the man that what is the future he brings? We care about our children, what education they get, what they wear, how happy they'll be, where they sleep. Now the man has to be careful and consider, what life shall my soul create? Because those are the children of your soul. As we see, the rays of the sun has become a planet and 7 million children of it. 7 billion unlimited, which is growing. So the soul of the man will go through the same process. How many billions and subdivisions and sub-matter state of the physicality of the man your soul shall create? Would it be the soul of wars and conflict and forever killing? Or would it be the soul of this, let's say, solar system, which is peaceful? This is the truth and the reality about the soul of the man. First of all, as I said many times recently, we never understood that the soul of the man is within the structure of the man. And now that we understood, we understand on departure from the physicality of the man, the same process will carry on as it did for a star, a planet, and the soul of the man becomes another energy source, a higher order, which itself leads to the creation. It becomes the star, it becomes the center of the new cycle of creation. This is what the human race has to understand. The cycle actually starts from the point of death and not finishes at the point of death. In so many ways, if one understands, is as the dusts, specks of dust came together to make the earth in the solar system, so has the specks of the atoms has come to be the creator of the man. And the essence of the creation of the specks of dust on the solar system has led to the creation of the man. So shall be the soul of the man which lead to creation of another cycle of life. What kind of life man would like to have to be created by his soul? This is the day of judgment. This is what man never understood. Now you have to understand. You have no choice. Up to today you were not aware of it. From today you are aware of it. You are responsible for it. Your conduct has to be to elevate your soul. That in elevating the soul, what you become the creator of stands correct in the conduct of the citizens. We don't give fairy tale. This is the truth. But as you've seen, the process does not stop with one sun. The cycle carries on. It's very interesting in how humanity now knows in fact to handle the fact. It'll take decades for man to understand, and then you understand those who become the tools of war, the tools of conflict. They have nothing to start with. They have to become the dust in the solar system of the others till the day they learn more, as they cannot create a new cycle through their own soul. This is the elevation of the soul of the man. To be part of the creation of a beautiful life for the next cycle. When you don't have it, you have to become another cell in the body of the structure of the bigger, for you to be just there that you can run when you could have been the soul of the man. They say, do not create fear. I give you the point of love for creation. If you cared about your children on this planet to have the best, your true children will come out of your own soul in the coming time. How would you like to educate them? How would you like to be when you are in conflict with yourself and the cause of so much mayhem? This is the truth, and the man will take a long time to understand, as now that we understand the soul of the man is an operator for the creation of the future extent of the life of the man. Whatever is gathered by the soul at the end becomes his point of reference of his own creation of his own dimension. But the strangest thing is, what he creates from the soul shall become the creator of the other souls. This is the beauty about the creation, and one understands it, understands no limitation.
Welcome everyone to the 325th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, April 23rd, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute Education Department, and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'm one of the hosts today, along with Flint and a couple of others. And of course, we're joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, as usual for these Knowledge Seekers workshops. And I believe he's ready to go to deliver today's workshop. Hello, Mr. Keshe, are you there?
Yes, good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you join us in these teachings as part of the Knowledge Seekers programs. Today, we will carry on as we set up last week, set out on the 9th. And before we start, we would like to pay a tribute to one of the knowledge seekers who's been one of the first ones and have brought so much to the foundation. And I think we'll let the video to speak itself. And we will remember a lot of this. And in so many ways, what we see today. Rick, would you like to go ahead, please?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. I noticed there's an echo in your microphone, by the way. And I'm not sure, Flint, were you going to play that or shall I? Do you have that?
You play it, please. Can you play it, please?
Okay, just a minute.
This is a lot of understanding, needs a lot of comprehension. And in so many ways, It's what could have been and what has become, and where we stand on what was foreseen. Are you ready, Rick?
Yes, just 1 second here. Okay, there we go.
I'm going to give about educational aspects of what we are going to do with Keshe Foundation. Jan has written 3 books. He doesn't need uncertainty to explain things. See, in the first book he explains the concept of the neutron. Then we have the structure of light, where there is said that light is in fact it's a plasma. And then we see here the origin of the universe, the third book. Logic. And we have real results when Mehran Keshe heals people or reverses their conditions, retunes them in their position. And he can do that. That means that the logic he uses to make those medical reactors is correct. Information, this kind of information, we have to share it, because we bring a kind of freedom in the thinking to the people worldwide. And it can. What is essential is that we are going to give online access worldwide. We will have a wiki of our own. Patents, space, energy, health, water, agro, nano, environmental, and new materials. Keshe Foundation independently helps the education and sharing knowledge for the better of mankind. Okay, thank you all.
This is in the memory of Dirk Laureyssens in his passing on the 5th of April. We were informed of it last Sunday. And in so many ways, he brought so much, and in so many ways, he took so much. What will happen? We elevate his soul and pray for his elevation. On the 9th, when it was his burial during the teaching, I came off the teaching and I said to Caroline, I feel a pain with Dirk. There is something wrong. And she said, we don't know. And it was the time when he was buried through his physical body during the teaching on the 9th. Bless his soul, and hopefully he'll find peace in his realm and his travels through the space of the creation. going back to the teaching, and in so many ways, bringing the teaching in line with what is happening internationally. Would you like to take this up, please, Rick? Is the reality that many things which we said to be happening with Corona has become reality, and in the past weeks we have seen more and more of confirmation of what we said in Keshe Foundation weeks and weeks ago from the beginning of this disaster. In catching up, we saw so much that as part of our work, we have to be beyond what we call Corona, and at the same time be aware of its application, which brings on humanity. Rick, you have a picture and some text about the two Chinese doctors somewhere you can put, please.
Sorry, of the two Chinese doctors.
Yeah, with the skin.
In the hospital, or no?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sure where you mean.
You have the picture of the two Chinese doctors which have turned black.
Oh, that one. Yes. Okay, let me find that.
What it is, as we said, the implication of this virus extends beyond and needs to be looked at aftermath, beyond Corona. As you're aware, there is a channel where we communicate with Iranian officials and medical teams in the government side. And we have appointed some of the Keshe Foundation doctors into this channel. And in introduction into this channel where the Iranian health ministers and this department and people from the elite, what you call medical team from Iranian governments are on board, we exchange a lot of knowledge in the background, detailing for the doctors and scientists in Iran to be aware of what is coming up and to be aligned for it. And in that process, we saw a lady, Iranian lady, last week, to change color of the skin from the white skin to mere black. As the Chinese authorities sit everywhere with us, within 24 hours, Chinese released these two pictures because they didn't know, they couldn't understand. Now, there wasn't just to China, but Iran was on the track. What we announced, that the change by energies which entered the body through this virus. In the verbal messages which I record in this Iranian channel for the doctors and the government, I explained the insight in what we see and what the Chinese have posted. And Dr. Parviz, through his insight, translated it into English for the channel, and somehow it got out into public, which was not supposed to do. But for that reason, then Dr. Azar and others posted it everywhere. By the time we found out, it was too late. This should have not come out into public. But now it's in public as what we call leading scientists in this field. We see our responsibility to explain, not to create panic, but as a society we understand. As we explained, the coronavirus has for the first time, due to stupidity, absolute utter stupidity of Gates, has brought a change which we have no control over. And we will see, we will bring this into understanding that you all understand what is happening. The process of the energy transfer in Corona has a future extension. This future extension will touch many of us. Let me give you a background to this that you understand. You see the actual picture of the Chinese doctor before Corona, and you see their present picture. They've been in isolation and have been under observation for 3 months. As I said in many teachings, Corona will bring cancers in less than few weeks and will kill multiple cancers across that we have no answer to. We said in the track records of the Keshe Foundation, we will see a heart attack of a young without track. And we've seen it coming up as of few days. It's been announced by World Health Authorities. Everything we've seen past 2-3 weeks, we announced it in January and February. But this has to be understood by man. These pictures are significant. Let me tell you what. The Chinese doctors has put it away. Wuhan doctors who were critically ill with coronavirus woke up to find that their skin has turned dark after virus damaged their liver. There is no such a thing. There is no damage to the liver. I will release the verbal recording to the group that you understand from the Iranian, and the translation of it done by Dr. Parvez will be released with it. Let me explain what I have explained to the Iranian officials and doctors, which you might have read by translations and got something different ideas when people like Dr. Azar have posted it everywhere. What we've seen with the Corona is that is an energy pack. Exactly what we said. And when you are in an energy pack, the way we have shown in 2008, 2009, if you go back on some of the teachings and the documents are on the internet, when we did the agricultural testing, when we took corn and wheat from what we call Wareham Agricultural Center in Belgium, controlled seeds, and was given to leading Belgian scientists to grow them under natural condition using GAN saturation. We saw that the wheat gives one stem and the flower. We saw in certain position, when we extended the saturation into 1 day soaking of the special seeds, when the seeds were grown, we saw 6, 7, 8 stems. The conclusion, and in the report we made at that time, was that the seed has reverted back to its origin where it was grass. And it was growing like a grass. There are many pictures of it. There's a Belgian scientist in the background who did this because we provided all the facilities and the growing boxes and everything for it. And it's documented it. It's somewhere in the archive. We explain large, long-term exposure to ganses can lead to the reversal of genetic effect. And we use this. And if you go into agricultural teaching, we said, even in past few weeks, that we have said goodbye to Monsanto. Monsanto genetic modification was reversed, and we can go back to origin. Even in the agricultural test in Mongolia, we received the confirmation that there is no genetic changes, which means any change was done by modification was overridden. This brings us to these two pictures. As they say, they were critically ill and woke up. What you see is genetic modification. What this means, as I explained in the teaching to the Iranians, can you read? I'm going to take this over and then you can put this over on my screen. What we see is that what has happened is the long exposure of the body to coronavirus, which has found access to DNA in energy level through its operation connection of its RNA, has managed to bring genetic modification. In a way, what it means is, what is done is this, as I explained in the Farsi translation to the committee there. As we know, we came this way. Our ancestors started somewhere here to travel through Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Sea, Caspian Sea, reversed back through the cold and divided themselves, because some of those who were further up entered North America. Some of this tribe went this way into China, and they met in Inner Mongolia, the two races, and some came through the southern Mediterranean, and the Aryan blood, what they call it, moved into Germany and the rest. Every time we took a step, we genetically modified. We genetically modified to fit into the atmospheric and geographic condition of the environment. We became white and we became Chinese. And the further we went, according to the structure of the geophysics of this planet, we became different races. But in essence, for the first time, with these two pictures and a long-term exposure, exactly what happened to the wheat in Belgium in 2007, 8, 9. This exposure has written off millions of years of evolution. Thousands of years. Where we came from was uncertain. This was all theory. Now, with these two doctors and many more which will come who have been exposed to coronavirus, man will go back to its original color. Any modification has been written off, because each modification is like an onion. piles on top. And now, due to long exposure, all have been taken away. So now for the first time, actually second time, including the Iranian lady in Europe, we have seen the return to the original. Genetic modification of thousands of years has been written up. It's not just the color of the skin. Could you put the picture back up, please, Rick? What you will see, it is, and in so many ways, will bring to confirmation that post-corona will be horrendous for some, but it will be confirmation to many. If you look, the features have changed to the African features. As you see, the doctors, everything is back to the origin where they came from. We are going through a genetic reversal. These two guys will most probably not die. And we'll see many Chinese turning black. And many of Europeans who survived the corona long-term in hospitals, most probably over time will turn black in their beds in New York, in Washington, in London and Germany. The power of corona reversal is so much that even if those who exposed for a long time might go back to the essence of their souls without the dimension of physicality, as the DNA in the strength of its force will return to RNA, and RNA is the soul of the man, is the single without physicality. Our knowledge seekers, keep as many pictures as yourself and your friends, that soon you might find out you might go back to your origin. We all go black. This will be hard for many scientists around the world to accept, but as it goes, as Keshe Foundation has been leading scientific organization in corona since and start of it in January, now everything has been recorded one by one. In many ways, in many, many ways, these bodies has gone through what Christ did in resurrection, but through the genetic change. Many of us will go through this phase. Many of people around the world through the long exposure and frequent exposure. Shut this phone, please. Rick, somebody's got the furniture moving.
Yeah, Marie.
We will see that frequent exposures to corona, repetitive exposure to corona, will peel that orange onion layer by layer. And then we most probably see that corona cannot enter that zone because it's the direct connection between RNA and DNA. And in so many ways, it brings back a very, very harsh point raised by Trump a few weeks ago. More blacks are dying than the whites because the blacks have already lost all the layers. They're already at the origin. And the virus comes to take the dimension of the soul of the man. In so many ways, what those who we call black transfer to the plasma of the soul as they have no layers on them to lose. This is why more of them die, because there has been no exchanges and evolution in their race. Now, pieces of the puzzles and pieces of knowledge is coming together, and then it sends us in one direction. We are one race. And what's on the screen is physical confirmation. And in so many ways, would any of you who carry yellow, white, blue eyes, brown eyes, green eyes, yellow skin, white skin, or whatever, stand and call yourself separate, when in essence, you all are black? I'm sure those who are kept alive in hospitals in the different part of the world and of the younger age, as they go through the transformation, this will become a normal news. But this is another way, what I call post-corona, what we started last week. Opening to understand and understanding the totality of the what is about to come to mankind. If you are white and you could not stand the black next door or on the bus, and you made the separation between them in the front of the bus and the back of the bus, now overnight you got to move to the back. And soon you'll find out there are no passengers in front of the bus for the white skin, or yellow, or any other shape, or color. In so many ways, mankind has to accept that not only financial world what he made, not only energy world he made, not only every other things he made to separate himself and make himself to be better than the others, he cannot cheat the cycle of evolution. I'm sure Billy, when he walks next time in the toilet fair in Beijing, as he did on the 16th, they will see a black Billy. And then he will wonder why I did this to myself, for me to know myself. As you know, when Billy was the head of Microsoft, he was sitting and meeting in the most elite serenes around the world with the world leaders. And now he has to go to Beijing to meet in the toilet conference, exactly where he fits in, to be able to confirm he's still around. I accept a toilet exhibition. It's exactly where he fits in. But with his greed, the fact comes that mankind, for the first time, has managed to reverse back to its origin. Those of you who have died through the physical operation of the separation of the soul and the soul of man are with us. And you are witness to what the physical man will go through. But don't forget, you need to go through the incubator of the plasma fields and the transition time to be able to go through this modification. What will be interesting is what shall mankind do when this planet gets saturated with corona and we all change. And what and to what extent will this reversal go in the physical dimension? Do we go back to the time when we lived as mammals with dinosaurs? Or do we go back further in that? The process of reversal, the conversion has started. Mankind has left with no choice. Take the dimension of the soul, or in some cases, like these two doctors, take the roots of the evolution. We see with the new reports further confirmation of death in the younger age with a heart attack, which comes from calcification of the blood cells. And they say they have seen the structure of the blood they've never seen before, because up to now, as we announced weeks ago, the calcification of the cells has not been understood by the doctors yet, by the world of scientists. You knowledge seekers here are some of the leading groups who is understanding and are aware of what is going on. And in time, then scientists will publish papers to confirm and show what we have said. Genetic modification of corona is not horrendous, but it's so realistic. What will be interesting to watch with people who change in a physical structure, would they change in comprehension of mental structure? Would these brains still carry the knowledge, but understanding the simplicity of life the way it was in Africa? To what extent has modification gone is a puzzle for the world of science. Natural selection, gene modification, from Chinese to black, not only by color, but by the feature too. This is what literally the world of science has to understand. Everything, even the color, shape, features, and with the mentality has changed as well. Has mankind woken up from a coma of some billions of years? Or can we take the evolution of these physical bodies and, in a way, through their memory, understand how the mankind traveled the passage of time through Africa into Asia and other parts? Is the modification only on the physical structure, or we can follow it to the memory? Then would they tell us what happened to humanity in the passage from Central Africa into the rest of the world? Don't forget, our brain carries the totality of the memories of the life of the man from inception of mankind, not the inception of his own life. Now, how many of you would like to say, I am white? And how many of our Chinese friends online would like to say we're Chinese, but you're actually black? I'm sure if doctors take genetic samples from these two and take the genetic samples from West Coast of Africa, they'll match perfect. I remember I used to have a chat with Dirk Lorenz. In his curious way of trying to do things, he was one of the first one who sent his swap to understand his ancestor. And when the answer came, he said, Mehran, I'm a blue, blonde, black guy. I said, what do you mean? He said, my origin comes from Africa. It says in it. I don't know how I painted myself. This is now, for many of you who did that genetic test, comes to bear reality. But there is a very strange phenomena which is known by the energy transfer of plasma. And that comes to one thing. If any of these two doctors touch the hand of Billy through the conformation of transfer of energy, in time, Billy will turn black. In so many ways, in the West we shake hand, and those of you who turn black to shake hands with a white man, you trigger the process of the transformation to black. Is it a frightening truth, or is it a welcoming fact? Then that shows the state of your understanding of your own creation. Don't forget, this virus did not come by injection. It came through the air we breathe. And all of us, doesn't matter what shape, color, race, animal, fish, tree, breathe from the same pot. What was in my lung few minutes ago, in me exhaling, becomes what you take a few minutes later. And in so many ways, the truth has come home. And I said, what are we fighting for? And in so many ways, How many of you would like to go shake hand with Trumpy when you already had a change of skin? From what I see and the research data which we're gathering around the Keshe Foundation with Corona, many of people around the world who survive this will become black. Does not matter how many millions have turned white. Once this process we've seen in these two now, we've seen in Europe by the Iranian woman, and I'm sure is more coming up, is what is bred in the air. Every time you breed, the chances of you becoming black is stronger. There's a very strange feeling, and many of you must have felt it, must have had touched it and felt it in the skin, on your breathing and everything else. When you go through supermarkets, which now is the only place where most of the people can shop, you feel places where you hit by Corona. You feel the change in the field of the shop. You feel the change in the field of the environment you walk in. And then you feel the pain, or you feel the change into what they call as a Corona condition. So this is not anymore what we hoped that will stay as Corona, that it goes into my lung. Now the Corona is in the environment as a cloud. And you enter it, you feel it. So when a man with a Corona walks in the supermarket, he can leave patches of it. And as you walk in it, you feel it. I have felt this 3-4 times in the past few weeks. And it's strange enough, me and Caroline look at each other and says, here, we can feel it. Without talking to each other, we feel it. And I'm speaking to many people around the world in Corona hot spaces, and they are talking about the same thing. In fact, we are gradually getting covered up by this. If enough of these patches link up, eventually we'll cover the planet. And eventually we all go through the reversal process. When you walk into the supermarkets, which is the only place where people can literally go to nowadays, everything is shut down, locked down, you get it. And it's strange enough, what we've seen in the past few days, delivery boys are becoming the point of distribution of the Corona. Newspaper boys, food delivery boys, hot meal delivery boys, because they must be passing through many of these clouds. And they carry it. If you have a human blood, you're at a very high risk. If you don't have a human blood like me, you can survive some of it. I hope a lot of you know about what I say, my blood. When I was poisoned by John to be killed in the Sensano, Dr. Elia Kostova and other scientists decided to see, to prove that I was poisoned by the poisons which were delivered by John. They took hair cutting, nail cutting, and some blood, and it was sent to a specific laboratory built for these things in Germany. When the result came back, Dr. Kostova said, Mr. Keshe, your blood is not from this planet. And your hair composition does not confirm. And then they start looking, and they found the planets somewhere in the galaxies. She said, this is where you come from. You're not from here. So this has become a joke. We say we are not from this planet because we have the scientific proof of it. Maybe this is why so many attempts in changing things in respect to us has not worked. I think we have a copy of this report somewhere, and Dr. Kostova has a copy somewhere too. The blood is highly radioactive, and blood is of order which cannot absorb many things, or the structure of what is being detected by laboratories. So if mankind is going through this process, post-mortem, post-corona, pushes you in a way to two choices. As is the tradition, I want to be anything but black. As many of you white people will take that destination and that mentality, because now it is not a possibility, it's a certainty. Every time you get hit by corona, one layer of the peel will come up, till gradually you become from, if let's say Scandinavia, you become Turkish looking, and then you become Iranian looking, and then you become Arab looking, and then you become, as the layers rubs off, you become black. If this has been your biggest nightmare, now it gives you another incentive to jump to the soul. But don't forget, the soul is truthful to its facts and will bring you back. We will see many. When we announced the first change of color through corona last week, actually came very funny way by a husband in Tehran, who his wife and children live outside. And when we gave the support, the color changed. Which means, as you've seen, reporting all these color exchanges, people having a blood or bruised skin, now the cells in the dimension of the orientation of the skin of the man has taken a shortcut. Impigmentation has changed by orientation of the field strength of the cell. In so many ways, they always say the whole structure of mankind will go. One second, please. The operation of the cell has to be understood in its totality. And in so many ways, the doctors and the scientists have to go one step further to understand that the total structure of the physical body, physical cell, has taken a new dimension, and we have to live with it. And in so many ways, if you live in Northern Europe and your wife, your child, your husband, your mother, your father goes to the hospital blonde blue and comes back black skin and face, would you deny him? Would you reject him? Or would you reject yourself? Don't forget, every day you went to the hospital and saw him changing gradually. Then the truth comes out. Then the reality of how this process has started will come to all of us. Many of us moved over centuries from our homes and cities and countries as black moved in, as we slaved them. Now, what do you do with your own son, your own mother and father, and your own husband and daughter? Would you take to your soul, or you realize your own shortcomings and your own prejudices? You send the child blonde blue to the hospital and pray for him to be saved from the hands of Corona, and you welcome him back home, black, brown eyes. Would you still have the same love, and would it change because of the color of the skin which you created? It came from you, it cannot come from anywhere else. Post-Corona brings a lot of facts, a lot of understanding, a lot of realization of the truth, a lot of pain. Post-Corona is for all of us, even the vegetation, the fish in the sea, and everything else. anything which has a calcium connection, this wind of fields will touch. This can happen over a few years or in a few centuries, maybe decades. The whole planet Earth will be a black race only, which is a very, very, very high probability. But with the blacks who get this now, the whole transition will go further in their size from DNA changes directly and indirectly into mammals where they used to be. Because they already don't have the mutation of the physical change traveling around this planet. Then this brings us to the actual post-corona, which is what is going to be this looking like as the soul in the dimension of the universe. To what extent we will go to understand more. To what extent we'll go to be able to understand the totality. And to what extent mankind will sit on this pondering, was Corona actually a good thing for mankind? And in so many ways, would the humanity matures? An extract or actual, the exact translation of what I've said, I have posted to you, Rick. You can put it on the screen for those who want to read it and keep it, because the first impression and the first explanation is one of the easiest way to be able to understand. But to what extent we will do this, to what understanding, to what level of understanding we can do this, we do not know.
Mr. Keshe, do you want me to post that
Yes, please.
text, or you want me to read it?
Post
Okay,
it and read it.
Post it as a text here.
This is what Dr. Parviz has translated from Farsi. I cannot transfer the actual voice because I don't have you in a position where I can transfer it, that you can download it and play it.
Okay, let me get that screen up here.
In so many ways, it's part of what we have, part of what will come to us, and part of what mankind has to live with from now on. I don't know if I send it to, I forward this to Ella. Ella, can you pick it up as a voice and put it on? It's on your another channel. If you go to your Telegram or to another channel, read it, please. Rick.
Sure. These are the current changes of some of the Chinese doctors who have been in the front line of the fight with the coronavirus. They themselves got very sick and their shape started to change. Their skin initially started to have red spots, and later on it turned black. What has happened in them is explained by Professor Mehran Tevfikoli Keshe, the founder of the Keshe Foundation. This phenomenon has happened because apparently the genome of these men has been reversed to their original state, the African race. In the beginning of appearance of humans, the first man apparently came from Africa. The coronavirus infection is bringing back the original gene structure. It's not just the color of the skin of these men is changing. The shape of the face has also changed back to the African race. What we now know is that the energy of the COVID-19 virus is matched with the magnetic field of calcium, and it's calcium which creates the color of the skin. We are going to see more of these cases. Like NanoGANs reverses the GMO from Monsanto, the energy of the virus is bringing back the original blueprint of the genes. We humans all came from the area of Central Africa and moved up towards south of the Persian Gulf, today known as Yemen. Some of the human race then moved upward towards the north, created the Aryans, the Persians, and then Western Europeans, such as the Germans. And then some others moved towards the east and became the Indians, and then the Far East race, such as the Chinese. Using GAN's particles, the Keshe Foundation performed similar experiments in Belgium back in 2007 to 2008, reversing the GMO-treated corn and wheat back to their primary state, which turned into some weeds with 8 to 10 flowers on them. So with the science of plasma, it was then understood that it was possible to bring the genome of a species back to its original blueprint. Hence, we shouldn't look at this new black skin color as a disease, but a reversal of millions of years of genetic modifications to its primary and original state. The Chinese, like any other one of us, have come originally from Africa, who all came later on towards the Persian Gulf area and spread. As explained, the ones who moved up to the north created Persians, and later the Germans and others towards the east became the Indians and the Chinese. This was a millions of years of the journey of man from the center of Africa to the rest of the planet to make the different races which exist today. It all shows that this virus has a degeneration power to reverse whatever that has been genetically modified. We got to know this through the Keshe Foundation experiments for years by the tests done in Belgium. It was strange to see how the wheat and corn turned into some different forms of weeds. It is not therefore a black skin because of coronavirus, but a reversal of the genome. It's possible that many others, even in Iran and elsewhere, will become black-skinned, and this is not damage as explained. We will witness this soon. The Chinese doctors in the pictures are also having bigger lips too, and their features are changed. So they have become Africans. This is not calcification, but reversal of evolution.
Thank you very much. The original recording has been sent to the head of Keshe Foundation. Can you play the original recording? That if in the future there is any modification, can be understood. Are you there, Ella? Hello. Stan is preparing it.
در اینها لکه‌های قرمز دیده شده قبلش، یعنی زیر پوست بوده. این در حقیقت همینجوری شده که ما در قرنها، هزاران سال که از افریقا اومدیم، پوستمون کم رنگتر شد تا سفید شدیم و اینا. الان داریم برمیگردیم اون سری که از اول اومدیم، اون چیزایی که عوض شده، چون این انرژی. ببینید در تاریخ دانش الان خیلی برامون راحت این چیزا رو که میفهمیم از نظر پلازما، میفهمیم که چجوری ژنتیکی عوض شدیم، چجوری اون مدار مغناطیسی که بدن ما از گنز ساخته شده به خاطر برخورد با مدار مغناطیسی زمین رنگ پوست عوض کرده. این کرونا برمیگردونه به اونی که قبل از اینکه این ژنتیک مودیفیکیشن رنگ پوست بشه. اگه نگاه بکنید فقط رنگ پوست تنها نیست که عوض شده، بلکه حالت شکل صورت برگشته به افریقایی در همون زمان. نگاه بکنید دو تا چشما نیستن، پوست نیستن، اصلا چهره عوض شده، چهره برگشته. اگه خوب توش نگاه کنین و مثل من سالها در افریقا زندگی کرده باشین، ببینید پوستی سیاهی نیست، حالت صورت عوض شده، برگشته به حالت افریقایی بودن. یعنی در حقیقت اگه بگین مونسانتوس بود که اومده ژنتیک مودیفیکیشن کرده، هسته‌های گندم رو عوض کرده یا هر چی رو، ما به خاطر حرکت در مدار مغناطیسی زمین همونجوری ژنتیک مودیفای شدیم. بهش بگیم دورانی که مثلا داروین گفته، خب عوض شدیم به خاطر زمان و محلایی که بودیم. الان با این کرونا چون برگردونده همه چی رو دوباره قسمت اول خودش جوری که بوده، حالا دارن سیاه میشن. این نیست که ترس داشته باشیم سیاه میشیم، اینه که انرژی این ویروس چون به قسمت چیز میخوره، کلسیوم میخوره، به حالت و قدرت کلسیومه که پوست بدن رو عوض میکنه. حالا میبینیم رنگ پوست عوض میشه و خواهیم شد. ما اینو در یک خانم ایرانی در استکهلم دیدیم در هفته اخیر. این خانم پوست سفیدی داشته و حالا که اومدن تو این مرحله پوستشون تاریک شده، خیلی ناراحتن از این موضوع، چون شوهرشون خبر پوستشون داشتن چون خیلی سفید بوده و اینو خواهیم دید. ولی در حقیقت ما خودمون با کارهای گنسمون توی چین نشون دادیم که هرچی که مونسانتو کرده بود با حالت گنس برگردون نمیدیمش به حالت اولی. اولین بار این کار در سال 2008-2009 در بلژیک کردیم که دیدیم چجوری هسته‌های مثلا گندم یا ذرت رو که ژنتیک مودیفای شده بود، وقتی که ما درست کردیم برگشتن به اون اصلشون، مثل علف شدن، چند 8 تا 10 تا گل میدادن مثل سبزه. فهمیدیم که پلازما رو وقتی بفهمیم میتونیم ژنتیکلی مودیفای نکنیم ولی برگردیم به موقعیت بالانسش از اونجوری که بوده اومده. و این سیاهی رو نباید به نگاه کنیم که یه مریضیه، در حقیقت همون ژنتیک مودیفیکیشن میلیون ها سال طول کشیده. این چینی‌ها ما همه می‌دونیم که از افریقا اومدیم، از جنوب یمن اومدیم رو خلیج فارس و سنگ هرمز و پخش شدیم و اونایی که اومدن بالا که شدیم ایرانی چپ رفتن، از توی ایران اومدن رفتن شدن آلمانی‌ها، اینا از طرف راست سرکی رفته شده هندی و چینی و در اون موقعیت اینجور شدن. بنابراین این سالها سفر مرد بشر از مرکز افریقای جنوبی خط عمان بیان بالا برن هند و برن چین، حالا دوباره برگشت اون حوالی. یعنی قدرت این ویروس قدرت دی جنریشن داره، یعنی برگرده که هرچی مودیفیکیشن داره از ما اینو میدونستیم، دیدیم 7 سال 8 سال پیشتر بلژیک در آزمایش که حتی ریپورت شده خیلی کشورنشین پول خرج کرد که این بکنیم، بعد اومدن چرا اینا علف شده، دیدیم گندم ها همه علف شدن، به جای که گندم یه شاخه میده 7 8 شاخه است. توی برنامه کشورنشین تو صفحه های اینترنت میتونید اینو پیدا کنید و حالا اینو که میبینیم دقیقاً میتونیم تشخیص کنیم چرا به خاطر کرونا سیاه نشده اینا. یعنی در حقیقت هر چی که ژنتیک مودیفیکیشن میلیون ها سال از افریقا اومدن تا رفتن چین، حالا یه ویروس برگردونده و امکان داره خیلی از ماها حتی در ایران یه دفعه سیاه‌پوست بشیم. خواهیم دید به خاطر که ژنتیک چیز این صدمه نیست، این اون تمام مودیفیکیشن هایی که شده میلیون ها سال اینو از بین برده، یعنی برگردونه و همه سیاه میشن. یکی مهمترین چیز هست، اولین عکسای این دکترها که بر ما فرستادن لبای بزرگ میبینیم، به همه گفتم اینا شدن افریقایی، عکساشون میتونم براتون بفرستم که اومد و بعد از این ناراحت نباشیم. این کلاسیفیکیشن نیست، این چی میگن داروینیسم که بهش میگیم که میگه اِوولوشن، این تمام اِوولوشن رو برگردونده به اول و خیلی سیاه خواهیم دید، برای که از سیاهی اومدیم، برای که اصلمون توی برنس جوری که به وجود اومده سلمون موقعی که بوده که سیاه بودن در افریقا بودن که اونجا زندگی کنن و اینو خواهید دید. یکم تو چهرهاشون نگاه کنید میبینید چهره‌های افریقایی دارن و اینو بفهمید فقط این نیست که پوست عوض شده، چهره عوض شده، بخاطر که وقتی که سلا جاشون رو پیدا میکنن بعد هم محل چیزاشون هم پیدا کنن، پوست هم باید خودش رو عوض کنه که چهرهش رو به اون انرژی اون سلی که گنس توش بیاد. باید اینو متوجه شین که گنس ها همون بهش میگیم گنس ولی دقیقاً استراکچر بدن خود هر سل ما یه گنسه، با حالت میخ یا آهن نیست و حالا با همون مدار بمسی این مدارسی عوض کرد و خواهیم دید.
In a way, this is a very, what you call, plain explanation of it to the Iranian doctors. And Dr. Parviz has, what you call it, extracted the essence of it in translation in English. In so many ways, goes back to our teaching of last week. Goes back post, which means something very interesting for many of you. We had a Chinese as a soul. He is a yellow man. And he has both the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Over a period of 3 months, days, exposure to a high level of energies of calcification, conversion, he has become a black man. By the way, thank you very much, Dr. Azhar, for the joke you sent me. But there's a very big question mark. Has the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man has changed in this time of transition? Or in this 90 days, the soul of the man has stayed intact. That's why we have seen the transition. In a way where, and what I taught you last week regarding the cup of man, to understand your power, and what I've been teaching you for past months, that do not be afraid that you can manifest yourself again as the position of the truth by your soul, then we see this transition. In so many ways, the soul of the physicality of these doctors have gone so much that they took off the cross and became another man. Resurrection in the dimension of physicality. Or would it be the time that this will not be able to hold because the soul of physicality was set up different way, and now it's the soul of the man and the genetic RNA which is taken over, and this physical body will rot. Because in fact, if you look at it, the soul has a dimension much more inside and exposes the skin, which does not need to rot. Would be in the condition to come that we can spray the body of the man with the gans of cup of man, or one of the cups of lives, and allow the man to live with the newer skin. And the life will carry on. The biggest problem I have with the Chinese authorities, they do not give us access to see the truth. And they don't understand. So, in so many ways, what we thought last week, we see this week. What we explained about the crucifixion of Christ, going to the point of pain, that he went to his soul and remanifested himself as a man. And that's what Mary said to everyone, he's here. But they had to make a story of the resurrection. He was there within seconds. As you did with the matter and the ganses. Now we see a parallel in the world of physicality of the man with the Chinese doctors. This process will be horrendous if the color of skin is important for you. But this process is for the first time we can show the transition through the soul of the man. But this transition does not need to come with death and the end of the physical life, but comes with understanding of the totality of the knowledge of the evolution of the soul of the man. So We knew in history what the Christ did. We saw in science of the gas production and conversion of energy to matter. And now we see the physicality in real time in the hand of mankind. The point is, would the soul, in not wanting to be black, in the coming time will take a new dimension and chooses a new presentation? This is the question mark. Because it has learned subconsciously the transition. Even though they were in hospital and asleep or whatever, but the soul has been present. Now, try to understand, try to comprehend that when we start teaching, as I said, our time is 14 days. We received an email in the Keshe Foundation after the death of Flores. And this is something to be explained in the future by his family or the authorities. Where did the elevation of the pain of the suffering of mankind, which was brought up, brought him to take his life? And this is to be answered. Not as a suicide, by the termination of license, which you will understand one day. The truth says that every man stands responsible for his own soul and the conduct of his own soul. Understanding that by lying and cheating, in causing so much mayhem, so many lives have been lost as the knowledge was not to be there when it was needed, brings a lot of contemplation on the truth of the fact what I've done wrong. Burden of millions, pain, brings elevation of the soul of the demise. In so many ways, would the mankind assess what it does and how and where, and the way he presents his physicality in being yellow, black, white, Martians, and from other dimensions of the universe. The truth is, as we say, in yellow and black on the table. And in case of the lady, white and black. It's not only indentation which is changed to black, the whole feature is changed to black. It means the whole soul has taken a new strength, a new position, and a new manifestation. And as we said, when you appear at a point, you'll manifest in the shape and the color of destination. Is this change of color for man, for the soul crying to go back, to be one, to bring balance, to bring unity to what it had in origin? As I said to Chinese security people, can you take a picture and with the new imagery, the plans and the programs you have, and see which tribes in Africa these two fit? Brings us closer to understanding the origin. We have a parallel case in Europe, so Chinese can't hide it. The curly hairs, the short spiky hairs are not Chinese. Everything in anatomy of the man has changed to fit the new soul, the new energy of the soul. Irrespective of the position, has taken singularity of the original condition. It literally means the African has taken a boat and traveled directly into China like they do by the plane as of today. He doesn't change the Chinese when he gets there just because he took the flight. And interesting will be to ask them to see if they can speak the African language, the original, because it's in their RNA and DNA recording. As you remember to change the color of your eye and face to stay Chinese, as it was done by your ancestors, and the conversion is there, so the memory of the voice and everything else has to be there too. You remember, I always told you I'll bring you to see Christ. Reversal and presentation of the soul, it's very easy. Now, post-Corona takes different shape. Try to understand more about your soul, the strength of your soul, the understanding of your soul, the understanding of the operation of the physicality in respect to your soul, and stand in a way and say, I love to be black. And see if you're honest enough with yourself. And see, not only you imagine, but you actually become. And walk into the dining room with your children at the dining table and says, hello, mommy's here. And see how many of them will run out of the house. Now you understand. And now you have to comprehend the totality in steps and full understanding. This is why I've been telling you for weeks, look at the energies and forget about the ganses and the cups. And see how you can graduate into the school of the universe. From now on, it's you who decides and interacts and become a passenger of the universe and no one else. And if you reach that state of clarity of the soul, you will take the journey if, first of all, your soul of physicality is happy, and all those around you allow the transition, because it's them who have to adjust too. So, in so many ways, education, mass education, the way we are doing, become essential. Because We cannot keep the man in emergency rooms just because he has changed his color. And he is not ill. Those of you who've seen bruises and blood bruises, it means the body is going through that transition. You have already started, but in so many ways, in patches. But as we have seen and reports coming in, and even today I received one from the ambassadors, that doctors are reporting officially in America and in Western world that blood conformation and transition is cause of the new heart attack in young people. In so many ways, the transition of the emotion and the soul creates what is known as a hidden stroke. But this time the hidden stroke is so powerful that it takes the life separation of the two. Now, you understand that the education is very complete. In a way, we are post-corona, and we're analyzing every steps of it in what and how it will affect us. And it will affect us for centuries to come. Because it's becoming part of the air we breathe. It's becoming an energy we'll feel anywhere we go. He cannot, up to now, touch the energy of the soul of the man. And if he reaches that level, he becomes a soul on his own, like every other soul in the universe, which is harmless to humanity, or the hell to the soul of the human. If you go back and make a timetable of the way we announce things with Corona since January, and when the first reactions or similarities or confirmation has appeared in different scientific papers or publication, you will understand two things. If somebody in the Keshe Foundation can do, going through the teachings of past 3 months, we will see we are far ahead of what is to come. Literally, time lapse by hundreds of years, according to scientific understanding. But in real time, what we explain comes up months later, weeks later, because we see it, we understand it, and we prepare for it. And as somebody said, Mr. Keshe, they're copying you. No, they're just going to realize, to understand that point. Be ready for the transition. Be ready for elevation of your own soul by yourself, or be ready for separation of the two. Very simple. Does not need a cup. It needs concentration, understanding of the total truth about yourselves. Then go back into what I said. Understand the creation of the soul, interaction of the soul, in interacting with the souls in the dimension of physicality or the physical soul, or direct interaction with the soul. There is one point which man will come to understand. Children cannot be born out of the physical action for them to have a soul. But the souls created by love of souls can decide themselves to manifest themselves at any position in the universe, and does not need, and there is never be a physical interaction, that the physical interaction creates the soul of the man. The soul of the children of the universe are created out of the love of the creation and creator, and there shall never be a physical interaction. And this is important for you to understand. And in the process, mankind will become mature to this. Your soul children will decide themselves in one condition of physicality, they'll manifest themselves. They might choose it for thousands of years to stay in that position. But you cannot create children in the physical dimension that the soul become the soul of the universe in the direction of the what we call love. And in so many ways, it has to be understood very clearly that in time, mankind will separate the two and understand the separation of physical love, physical interaction, children from the physical life, and children from the interaction of the souls. As I said in the teaching last week, mothers are responsible for the children they bring up in the dimension of the soul. And in so many ways, mankind will go through this transition, even if it goes to the time that this corona or any other virus will take the physical man from this planet, the whole of the race. Those children of the soul of the man will generate themselves in future time on earth or on the point of destination as they desire. As they never had, they're never involved, they never saw the physical interaction and physical life. In a way, when you go from your soul of physicality to your soul, and then you choose the travel in the space without physical soul, but with the totality of the power of the soul of the man, and then you manifest yourself at a point of desire and destination, a physical manifestation if you need be. That's the gift which you give to your children of the soul, as they never will have the dimension of physicality unless they decide so. Mankind, be wise to these words. In so many ways, humanity and the knowledge which has been gathered over millions of years will not be lost, but will be added to the knowledge of the universe. And by the dimension of understanding of the interaction of the fields, mankind will share this knowledge in space by the total and absolute all which has been created by the Creator, as each one has his own strength fields, and anyone in the universal community can call upon when that field, the strength is called upon. Knowledge of man stays within the boundary of the earth and limited open to the others, but when that knowledge becomes part of the knowledge of the soul without the physicality, it becomes the knowledge and added to what we call the universal knowledge and universal community. Now you understand how man gradually is entering in the dimension of universal community by understanding his own participation in it for millions of years. Then the choice is yours, to choose the path of soul or to choose the path of physical transformation and transportation as UFOs or whatever else you might call it, a donkey. You become the captain or you become the passenger. When you choose, your soul to travel, you're the captain of your own destiny. When you choose to travel in the dimension of the physical life, in the plasma direction, as what we call spaceship, or in the dimension of matter state as donkeys or crafts or whatever, is the choice. The soul of the man and the physicality of the man will decide when the time comes. Like many of you are afraid of going into the water, many of you will be afraid to take the dimension of the soul and the space travel through it, because you have to deal with a lot of wrong things you've done yourself. Because those have to be understood, not to be rectified, but to be comprehended. That is written in the soul that will never happen again. Otherwise, you'll stay in the same trap. Wish to be, but never become. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Remind the attendees they can put their hand up, their virtual hand up. We can allow you to speak. Panelists, if you want to open your
Hello.
microphone. Aha.
Hi, Rick. This is Lin. Hello, Mr. Cash. Some Chinese had some question. Thank you for this beautiful teaching. I think a lot of people are so astonished. 在那个柜子里，就是放鸡蛋的那个柜子里，下面有一个。就侧面那个好多干丝瓶子那个下面。I'm sorry. Oh my God. My mom just talked to me. Okay. I didn't notice that I muted some part, but I didn't know. So they're asking which kind of changes the coronavirus will bring to the animals, and which kind of elevation they will bring to the animals.
It will be very much the same as the man. Depends what cycle and what energy of it they receive. It's very much so. I think these two pictures really touches the Chinese because it's them. And now they understand it. And the scientific world in China has to understand it. It opens up that in reality, next week, your president could be black. The whole of CPC could be black. And then would you reject them or would you accept them as they are? Then would the animals will change gradually to the shape they were when mankind did not bring them so much harm? Would we go back to the position that we don't eat each other? Would this conversion of the soul brings the promise of the lion and the lamb will sleep in the same den? Because then is the soul of them which exists and live together, not their physicality. Where then the soul satisfies the need of physicality, that the two will sleep in the same den. New situations will rise, and mankind has to face this. How many of you who've been locked down and your families next to you go through the process of conversion? Would you put them outside? You're a black man, get out, you're not a father anymore? Or you love to understand, would you take me through the same journey? I want to go back to where I came from. And I think the Chinese community will understand this much more fast than anybody else. Now that they have seen it, one of them has gone through the change. A black Chinese soul in a black Chinese body, which in fact is nothing but the soul of the man, irrespective of color or race. The change of the color is not in one go. It's taken over days and weeks of transformation. We have the pictures from the Iranian woman going through the transformation. So we understand the process. Animals, plants, humans. As I said to someone a couple of days ago, man has become race shifters. He's just shifting the race back to black. But what will be interesting is that if the pain or the understanding comes to these Chinese doctors that they want to be Chinese, would they be able to make the journey back? And the answer is yes. Maybe because they've been, and it's part of their genetic understanding of their soul, they can transmute between the two and understand both cultures in the original sense of the color and the skin. Welcome to the world of reality of the universe. Any other question? Chinese must be fascinated by this today. Your Excellency President Xi online in the Chinese administration, you should have opened the truth to Corona with the world, that first of all, we would have not suffered so much and would have not lost so much, but it would have allowed us to foresee it. With Iran, we've done that. Iranian government, in conjunction with Keshe Foundation, have never asked us to curtail or cut or not disclose. The Iranian government administrators in both universities and government have stood that the knowledge to be spread as fast as possible. But there comes a very big question, and that is what our world leaders are going to do with this change and how we're going to handle it, psychologically, socially, economically, and the rest. As we received the communication through the Universal Council member this morning, the truth is coming home so harsh that somehow mankind has to come. I'll read it for you. It's very, very harsh. It's extremely harsh. I'll read it to you. It's written to Dr. Azhar. It says, "Good evening, Mrs. Azhar. How are you? I hope you are well. The quarantines in Peru is terrible because we are all losing work and we are running out of food. I was thinking that if anything, the Keshe Foundation could donate some food, 1 bag per family, with some rice, sugar, spaghetti, beans, and something like that. If that were possible. I still have some t-shirts at home so I can give a couple of volunteers to help me. It is an idea for foundation to have a presence in these difficult times throughout the world. The place would be in Santa Maria de Oja, the place to donate. The first hungers, loss of jobs in poor nations has come in. And as I said, Foundation has never received any donations such to be able to make such donations. You took and you run. And soon many of you will be in this position. Except at this moment of time, the Canadians and Australians and American citizens for their food. Hunger will come in very fast. The extent of supplies we hold back is the extent of what we will not run into problem first. As human race, you have two choices. You eat food or you convert into the GANS condition of life, which means you learn to tap to the energies of the universe. You turn to tap in the energies of what you needed for the conversion and absorption by your body. If you remember with the dear Alex, we put oranges and we tasted the orange in the gas waters. And in so many ways, in the conversion of matter to GANS, we transferred the orange, the pear, and everything else into the water of the GANS. Now you learned through the composition of the cup of life to create GANSes, that these GANSes then it has transferred the energy of what you call CO2 and others. So the way for mankind to feed itself in this time of troubles is the cup of man. Understand what you feed into the soul dimension and what you feed in physical dimension. You can take, as we said before, with the medicine and others, place the food of your lives, apple, pears, or whatever, in the GANS. Or create the condition of their GANSes and drop them in. Do the same with the strength of the soul of the man's cup. And stand in front of it. Now you become the cup. Mankind can feed itself for centuries to come this way. If need be. You don't need to send rice. You ask them to find a grain of rice. Place it in the cup of life. If they can powder it, much better. You can add to the cup of life. You always took from the cups. Now it's time to add, to take from the cup of life if the need be. But you have to understand the condition of the transformation, the purity and absolute purity of the soul. Your message, Dr. Azar, should be very clear to Peru, if you understood. The whole nation can be fed from one cup. This is a gift to you. And I hope this becomes the first steps for man to walk away from killing animals and others. Now you understand. You have to feed both, that this elevation makes it easier to absorb from this. If you thought the proper way of making cup of life and then the cup of man, man can, through his own understanding of the strength of his soul, dictates the condition of feeding itself in every dimension. Man does not need to kill a single animal. The only difference will be man will forget to chew another flesh. Dr. Azar, your job is cut.
Thank you, Mr.
So-
Kesh.
They can find a grain of rice and they can find a spaghetti and they can find anything else to feed themselves. And in time, if you as a human race understand and make the same cups across this planet, mankind will not need to eat or to sell its physical life for meager food to keep the life going. It's the responsibility of all of you as knowledge seekers, if you made a cup of life, made a cup of man, to do so as of today. But understand the condition of it, just because you made it, it's going to work. Clarity of the soul, the ethos of Zardusht. Think good in what you do. Do it with pure intention. And as he says, Koftarenik, speak correct about it. Then you will understand. Mankind does not need food to feed itself. And mankind has made enough shelters to be protected for a time being. The energy crisis will hit all of you very soon. Refineries, as we see, will start shutting down. Unless the refineries find a way to dump the oil they refine back into earth. Come from and go back to. American storage of refined goods is at its maximum. Crisis has and will hit America very soon. My proposal to the administration of President Trump is very simple. The Iranian forces in the form of Sepah will come to your nation in coming days. New York, Washington, and Los Angeles with a gift of life, the way we have set up in Iran. Accept it with open arms, or we deliver it in the conditions that your nationals will walk out of your nation. The same goes for the Chancellor of Germany, France, Italy, and United Kingdom. We will deliver with gift from the three wise men of Iran. I know officials from these governments are online and they listen. We'll go through your people, not your through administration. if your administration blocks us. My request has been openly put to the Iranian government, and my position is very clear. Just tweaking a few things, then we are ready to go. Accept deaths in tens of thousands, or accept the gift of life. And if you are a competent leader, you know which one. Or you can send Billy to clean toilets in China, and then make a decision in favor of your nation. As you know, Mr. Bill Gates attended a toilet fair in China to be seen with the Chinese leaders. Before, he used to be in the exclusive elite conferences. He made his way by resigning from the head of Microsoft to become a toilet cleaner. In a mess he cleaned up, he needs to clean up, which he created himself. From riches to toilets. Try to understand the past 3 workshops, including today, and try to understand how you connect everything to each other, not physically, but through the energies of interaction of the fields of your souls. And in so many ways, without you knowing, you made the cups. In New York, in Mexico, in Brazil, in Iran, in China, and many, many other places in Australia and the rest. We appointed by soul the members of Universal Council amongst you. And today I taught you about the cup of life with what's in it to feed you. It's the responsibility of Universal Council members and those of you who are part of the Keshe Foundation to link up, to feed the humanity in time of need. Now you understand why we created the Universal Council. Many people tell us, since they start putting the cup of life and the cup of man together, they have become wise to a lot of other things and they see different. Now it's time for you to connect. In so many ways, your job will encircle the corona, and in time will defeat it. But he had to come from man to mature to become man of universal community. We set up the World Keshe Foundation World Chat. In that chat room, most of the Universal Council members sit, and many of you around the world. Link up and feed up. You put a grain of rice in China in your cup, and the Mexicans put wheat or corn. The North Americans bring the meat, and the Iranians bring the love of man. And then collectively you can feed your nations. You did it with the orange and the banana. You fed the cans and you drank it. Now don't forget that cup is you and the fruit you have put in it. Don't forget, connect yourself to the dimension of physicality of the copper and zinc for the soul. And then you feed the soul and the physicality at the same time as your cup of man carries the zinc and the copper. Now you understand how slowly you're walking into that position. Feed your animals with it, the same as you do with the others. The certification from the Keshe Foundation for the way we do things confirms that Keshe Foundation production in Iran is non-toxic. You have to find out a way how we done it and how we do it and bring that to humanity, that in so many ways they don't need to eat from the cup of life or cup of man, but they tap into the soul of the totality and they feed themselves. Mankind can learn this in one day, or it take you 1,000 years to understand. And when you complete this, I promise you one thing. Mankind will be encircled by the love of Universal Council and Universal what we call Universal Committee and the Universal what you wanted. You start looking after your souls and physicality, and the universal community will look after man as a whole. Till you learn, until you go through the process, until the time when Corona for you is nothing but what it came to unite you to become one in color, race, and so on. Now we have fed you. Now try to feed yourselves and teach those who start going hungry in Peru, Los Angeles, and Washington, and London, and every other place as the food runs out. The largest slaughterhouses in North America are shutting down because the animals have corona and the staff working have a corona. And as we heard, as I've said in another meeting, the worst thing is a lot of people who made money out of these things, now they run away. We see many, many women who were brought up for prostitution in Europe are dying, running out of food and hunger, as men do not have the money to spend. We see many, many South Americans and throughout Europe, drug traffickers are dying, as people don't have the money for drug, and those who were infected have passed the money to those. And can you imagine, there's one man infected and one drug trafficker which feeds hundreds of what we call infected people. The chain of drug trafficking has broken down heavily in the past week, 10 days, because even the king crowns have died and dying off, and they don't want even to touch the money which brought them, they thought, wealth. We are getting reports from the American securities that are finding dead bodies of traffickers in the tunnels, and even they are not prepared to go into the tunnels to catch the disease. And then is running down into Tijuana and all the way to South America. the traffickers have become trafficked themselves. The oil industry has collapsed, and very soon the banking industry will go. Now, make a choice. We go through this, we transfer to the soul, and at the same time, Iranian Sepah will spread the knowledge and the systems across the planet to at least bring some sanity till the man matures to go through the transformation. Now you understand what I told you and exactly what is going to happen. It will take shape. This is when you look at the tape of the Lorenz speaking about Wiki and other things in 2012 as we set it out. 9 years later, everything on that tape is in front of you. And in so many ways, what we set out today will be in front of you in the coming weeks and days. Then make your choice. Then understand the choice is yours and nobody else. Now you understand, you all become one. If you understand what to do, start teaching each other what to do, and don't go back into ganses. Did I put the rice? Did I put it this color? Where shall I put it? Put it where your soul says and it's correct. You got to understand something very important, especially for the Chinese community. Your governments will run out of food very soon because there are no ships to support the grains. They are buying cheap, but the market is not there. The harvest is not going to be there to be given. There is no security, no government. Any other question?
Yes, we have two attendees with their hands up. Fala, you've been here a while. Would you like to go ahead? Just a minute to allow you to speak there. You should be able to unmute your mic there now.
I'm Mr. Kisha. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Baza Salam. I've got a few questions that
Where are you from?
Oh, okay, sorry. My name is Fella. I'm from Australia.
Yes.
I've got about 5, 6 quick questions, and I would like to go through it.
We answer one or two.
I'll try to make. Well, the answer's got to be yes or no, really quick ones, because I've got a group here.
No. Okay, it's on the 6. Carry on.
All right. The first one, I know when we set up the cup of the man's, we will see the signs, the dreams, and all these things, and we're not feeling hungry. This is the sign that it will works, right? What is the sign that we can say the cup of man is not working? What would it stop it working?
Your soul.
And how?
You decide. Did you set it up with the purity of heart? Or
When I
was
made
it with intention?
No, when I made it, it was with the purity of my heart, and it was working. I can feel it. I started having a few dreams, and then I started not feeling hungry for a few days, like probably 4 or 5 days. I didn't even wanted to eat. And then now I can see the stress just came back. Everything just came back all of a sudden, and I'm not dreaming anymore. So what would make it stop working? I took a few
Fear.
gains out. Would that be the reason, or is not the physical reason?
What did you do?
I took a few gains out.
We told
man.
you don't touch the cup of man.
Well, that's an issue. When you give us all these things, you don't give us the structures. All the
Wow,
sudden,
you have matured enough. This is not a manual work. I don't need to write you a manual.
yeah, but it's a new science, you know. Like when you're giving the new science out,
Work with your soul. Work with your soul. You'll find a way.
it's just too vague. The answers is just too vague. It just makes it a lot harder than usual. Like if I had a book to
No, you got used to getting everything easy. Cut it, cup it, and give it to me. Try. You go to a space on your own and you see something. You come back, there's no instruction from Mr. Cash. I eat it. Or I run away because I don't understand it. Or I stand there and analyze it, what it is to what I know and how I can understand, work with it as a plasma. Simple as that. The problem is not me. The problem is you are used to give me. It's not in the manual, give me.
yeah, I
You
understand.
decide.
But
So
yeah,
you should
well,
ask these questions then.
yeah, I do apologize. But what I'm trying to say is, just like, you know, for example, we've got a car and they say, okay, this car is just for you to drive it. Like how you got to drive it, that's
Well,
you
you
got to
build the
learn.
car. You build the car. We gave you the manual. You build the car. Now try to tune it.
100% understand what you're trying to say, but I'm trying to tell you how difficult it is from our perspective.
It is not difficult because you made it difficult. It's
I'll tell you how
easy.
difficult that will be. If I connect the connections of couple of the mains, like one of the cables connected incorrectly, that would change the whole entire system.
Maybe that's why it needs for you to have that genetic defects and energy for you. Because was it deliberately mistaken, connected the wrong way, or your soul knows for you, you needed to be connected this way? Oh, but it wasn't the way Mr. Cash said.
Yeah, so you answered the question. So in that way, we have to follow whatever you're saying. We can't be creative and then create something.
Why not? You're not a slave. This is the whole thing that we're trying to get away from you lot. We saw it with the maglev system. We saw it every time with a blueprint. This is exactly where you all gone wrong. You have to
just
decide.
the new knowledge, you know. It's just too hard because we got
it's not
no
too
idea.
hard. You're too lazy. You're too lazy and too afraid to trust your own soul. That's all.
and as
human beings, you like to trust. You're Iranian, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're used to being fed, and that's it. Mama, and you're most probably the first son or the second son?
The first.
Exactly. I can tell you from your psychology and your pattern of question. Feed me, mama.
This is funny. Busted.
Got almost tonight, by the way.
This is kingship of first son in Iran, and there's questions so that people don't understand it unless you're the first son in the Iranian family. You rule, and everything has to be given to you, and mom eats from the palm of your hand, and papa washes your ass every day.
That's right.
Am I correct? That's
always right.
Exactly. I come from there. I've been there. I sat in that seat for 60 years. So I understand. So this is a typical Iranian first child born boy. Give me everything, serve me on my plate.
Well, if I have a source to read to understand, I will definitely go and do my study in that regard. But
but put the seat of kingship of being the first son on the floor and become
I'll
like
that away. But I don't want to, don't want to make a mistake. Don't want to.
No, you never made a mistake. You're very, very good. Get it ready, made for me. I want to swallow it.
No.
Let me explain to those who don't understand. In an Iranian family, traditionally, the first son always gets the best on the plate, on the table. Mom
Well, not always, not always, you know.
not always, but 90% of the time. This
And
is
then
this is
make-
exactly where we're coming from.
yeah.
In
By
any
the way,
way,
we have Korma Sabzi tonight. I wish you don't wish it.
yeah, thank you
And
very
then
much.
I had another quick question. If someone does not believe in the cup of man like with this setup, and then if they make that for themselves, will that works for them or that wouldn't work?
They don't believe in it, but they make it.
Yes, like my wife.
So, oh, it's good. Let her go hungry.
Yeah, she said, like, I don't believe, I don't see anything, I don't believe it, I don't care, I don't know. And then I
Yeah,
was
because
like,
I
okay,
don't need it. But when it comes, they come, they believe in it. We had a case. We have a case now. I don't know what happened to it. We did what we could do, can be done. The husband refused to accept the cup till his father died. And then he came positive. He would not accept it from the wife. And then now that it's bad, getting the corona, he called the wife, says, can you tell me how this thing plasma works? They deny it till they need it. And then when they need it, it's too late.
yeah, but we don't have much cases here in Brisbane, in Australia. We only got about 4 cases the whole entire Queensland, which is fairly big.
Yeah, just
But
give
I'm
it
talking about the
time.
cup
Just
of
give
man.
it time. Give it time. We are safe. I'm okay, Jack mentality.
Yeah,
The thing
but in
is,
regard to the cup of man's, I made one for her. Like not myself. I just you know told her how to do it, and then she started
is
doing
she
it. She put them
Iranian?
all together. Yes, she put them all
Oh my
together.
God. Is she the first child as well or the last child?
No, she's the second one, I reckon.
No, I'm the first one.
You're the first one? Oh,
Ah, there you are. You see. Made it, put it on the table. I use it. It's worse. This is a very, very, very typical problem when you have a first daughter and a first child, man, marry an Iranian. My God, help you. It is. You
Well,
can
believe
see
it or
the
not, it
history of
happened already.
mankind. Pardon?
I said, believe it or not, it happens anyway. But the issue is, she said, I don't believe it, and then she made it.
Doesn't matter.
But
She doesn't believe it till the first thing comes. If it comes, I hope it doesn't come. We had many in Iran. We had many. I sit on the emergency line in Iran and I save lives every day. I see they come to me. It can be done. Those who are every day, there is not a day we don't save lives with a simple instruction. And these people could not believe it's there. And they change it. Till it doesn't come home, they don't understand. You see, in Australia, you are well safe. War will come, it's there. But this virus is not going to go away tomorrow. It will come. Eventually will come.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about, sorry to cut you off. I'm not talking about the cup of life or stuff like that. She does use the GANs and all these things. But I'm talking
so
about
she doesn't believe in it. Take it away from the Korma Sabzi. You believe in it, so you make it.
Yeah, she made it already, and then it's like how I started dreaming like in the first few nights, but she's not dreaming now. She doesn't feel any change. She doesn't.
You don't need to
anything
feel.
in her
You
life.
see, the beauty of this technology is when you need it, you use it. It's not there. We put on a prevention. We put at the moment in Iran. If I can send you some pictures in Tehran now, the gas technology is applied on the streets and given to people in bottles. Now we are officially running in Iran. In the next week, hopefully officials will allow us to release. We have to conform with a full instruction of the Sepah and what we call the Danishgah Defai Melli. We are restricted, we are collaborating, we are working, and we are going to the trials of whatever needs to be done. What we call people in Tehran, They don't believe in it. When they put the cubes up for what we call decontamination, the cubes are made to take about 5 people at a time. Now they were telling me yesterday there are about 10 people getting in the cubes. People who came in the day before, they go through it. They said we couldn't sleep for the first time. We had pains. The pains are gone, and everything else.
Right.
We are bringing the knowledge to the need of the people, and the people don't need to understand the technology when they can benefit by it, and when they need it. And in next 2 or 3 weeks, we will cover the whole of Iranian nation. Started in Raj yesterday or today. In Tehran, we're setting mosques. We're setting everything in mosque by mosque, and we're teaching the people, and they're doing it. They're putting it, the tents, the waters which goes out. Yesterday, I saw many pictures of the waters getting distributed, cleaning up, the jet wash, the tankers to go out. Everything is getting done. The technology is on the move in a rapid way in Iran, but we modified it to the way which fit us to go mass production, mass work. We are waiting for what we call authorities to give us a green light in a different way. And at the same time, as I said, we are ready. People in New York don't need to believe in it. We land, we bring you the gifts from Iran. Walk in it, do what we say, save your lives. And then when we finish, we go back to Iran, and you can bomb us if you like. At least we come to save your lives. And then we see where the bomb lands. This is the way. People don't need to believe in it until they get it. They don't believe in it. Where is the mass graves coming up in? How many people you want me to show you are dying in Iran with it?
No,
A
no,
woman
exactly.
from Karaj says, I'm walking on the street, nothing happened to my family, and all my neighbors are okay. I don't see any dead bodies. This is all lies. And it's strange enough, a few days later, she wrote back to me, do you know where I can get ganses from? I said, go to the support units. But I said, you wrote before, you don't believe in it. This is all lies. Why? We've been in the position. We are in a position. It's not that it's not there. One of my relatives, I didn't know, they got to know that I'm involved in Corona Iran. He was put in a room to die. They had no place in the hospital. The 2 children, 2 weeks ago. I never spoken with them. My blood relatives. I showed them what to do. The man is out in 2 days, hugging his children. We see it. They're all waiting for him to die. Young boy. He's back on work again. As you know, the Iranians can't keep them in the house. Iran is the only country which is opened up naturally, and we are controlling it. And as it's been said, a lot of it is coming because of Keshe Foundation support teams. They cut into the mainstreams of dying and those who are infected. One of the reasons of our slow rate and such a small deaths is this at the moment. Before it was expanding rapidly, and now that we are on the streets of Tehran and we go right across Iran, we'll curtail it in the next 30 days. Corona will be history from the hospitals, but genetic deformation and life of it will be everywhere. You'll believe in it when it comes to your home to roost.
Yeah, okay. Well, I tried to say my last question.
Put it in the Qorma Sabzi. She will
Yeah,
know.
it's getting there. So while I took a few gains from my soul and my other setup, do you reckon that it stopped working now because I started feeling just
Never
stress back in my life?
stops. Never
Okay.
stops. Maybe
So I
the
don't
stress
need to
comes
make
from your
another one.
wife. No, why you want to make twins, or are you schizophrenic, as you call?
Because like the dreams gone away, the stress came back to my life. I started feeling really hungry, which all these signs are, well, stopped when I made my setup. But since then, yeah, my stress just came back of I don't dream anymore. I don't feel too light anymore. Like all these signs just gone away. I've gone back to my normal life. You know,
It
before I
would
met.
have come back to me if I have a wife like that too. Be careful she doesn't kill you sitting next to you.
I don't want to sleep on the street, but
Sorry
and
about
then
that.
Dr. Azaran was saying on our last Persian one, she said we take a spoon of the soil and then put it on your head, and then a drop of your physical soul on your toes.
These
And then
are the interpretation of people according to what they like to do.
And then
You
someone
can
was
do.
saying, I need to sit in between them and then or lie.
Oh, listen, everybody will try everything. You have to do it. You see where it fits and how you can benefit by it. I've
So
seen
all these ways are
Chinese.
correct.
Yeah, I've seen Chinese who haven't eaten, they're just drinking. So you put a cup of water accordingly between the two cups and drink from it. Everything will be in there, won't it? You you did it with the orange and the pear. Now everything is in the tanks, and it goes to a glass of water. You don't need to touch. Do you when you eat meat? Do you cut a piece of your arm and eat it? Why do you go into the tank and touch it? Huh?
Okay, that's right. No, you're right.
Yeah.
So my
Of
last
course I'm
question. I'm
right.
so sorry
Yeah.
for everyone. Should I add the GANs back again into it, the one that I took off, or just leave it out?
I don't know. Maybe you harmed him now. You took his heart out. He didn't want to be done now. Maybe I don't know. You decide. We don't tell you anything. Maybe put it on the table between the korma sabzi and see if you can feel the korma sabzi eating it. Sorry. Can you imagine how life easy becomes for the Iranian women? They just make one korma sabzi. They put everything in a freezer. We have korma sabzi goes in the middle of the cup of man. That's it. You had your share tonight.
You know, maybe your stress is back because maybe you need it.
Oh, Azar, who needs the stress? Azar loves the stress.
Maybe he needs. I don't stress, Mr. Cash. I'm okay. Maybe he needs the stress to find something about himself.
No, but I can see life become very easy for the wives around the world. One dish in a small pack in the freezer. Which one do you want? Pull up in between the cup of man, and you've been fed. And you say, "Oh, darling, it tasted like last time. Can you make it slightly different next time?" She puts a little bit of more vinegar in it. I think women would love me so much that they don't have time to spend in the kitchen anymore.
I make one recommendation. Talk to your soul. If before you go to sleep, talk to your soul. Everything's going to be fine. Stop talking
Well, I
to
sit
everything.
down, spend time with it. I talk. If I could cuddle, I would have cuddled, but it's not happening in the last couple of nights.
Listen to me.
My feeling was to remake the whole thing.
Listen to me. If you quiet your mind, just don't think. Don't think logically. Just quiet your mind. Sit in front of it. See what happens. Don't think. The minute you think, you're out of it. Don't think.
Till the wife doesn't agree. She says, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can't think. You can't think.
Well, she said, if all these things are correct, can you read my mind at the moment? And then I can tell you, okay, you guys are right.
And listen to me.
I'm gonna tell you something. Azar, just stop. I'm gonna answer you very nicely. Your mind is too. How I'm gonna put it without saying too much. It's a typical me. I know everything, and then if you can do that, I can do it. It's exactly like Christ. If you raise the dead, I believe in it. I leave that to believe in it when you need it. It's very much I explained in the Keshe Foundation, Care for Society. We don't give any certificates, and we have many students come and go. And I realize why we don't give certificate to people who spend 2 years, 3 years, 5 years in Keshe Foundation Special Institute as students. Because when the time came, they all failed because they didn't even know how to make a cup. Most of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers came for theoretical to understand, to make the flight system. They forgot the basics, how to make gases. And when the corona came, they all got it because they didn't know how to make it. So in so many ways, I don't need to read your mind. I knew you're a first child. That was enough for me. So I can read the rest of it for you too. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
she's so small. She said I
Actually,
was listening to one of the lectures to that we had before, and then on our previous lecture, he said we can later on we can change our face and we can appear in different face. And then she said, "Can you appear in different face next time?"
what does she like? White, blue eyes? Or would you like the
I've
Chinese
got blue
version?
eyes. I've got blue eyes, so I reckon blue eyes would do.
Maybe that's what she doesn't want. You see, it should be
So,
brown eyes. How come you're
yeah.
Iranian? You got the blue eyes. You come from the north.
Well, that's a $1 million question.
No. Maybe that's why. I tell you a joke about read my mind, but I think it's not the place for it. Any other question, please? Rick, you want to say something?
well, I just wanted
Thank
to
you
note
very much
that
for the time.
you're talking about reading minds, and you read his mind that he was Iranian, that he was firstborn, that his wife was Iranian and firstborn, and you threw in the blue eyes just for a bonus there. So I think you did pretty good, Mr. Keshe, without
No,
actually,
the thing is the blue eyes, we have blue eyes in North Africa. My grandmother used to have, my great-grandmother used to have a blue eyes. We have blue eyes in Iran, and it's very much a beautiful, or very shiny green eyes, specific green eyes in Iran. We see it in North Kashmir too. It's very common. Iranians, we have some blue eyes. But we don't know where they came from. Okay.
Well,
any
thank
other
you very
question?
much, Mr. I will see you
You're
next
welcome.
time.
Enjoy your korma sabzi.
Thank
and
you.
I hope you put what do you call it? You have enough what do you call it? Strength to pull you through the way it needs to be.
Inshallah, I hope so.
Inshallah.
Thank you very much. Thanks
Thank
everyone.
you.
Sorry for too much, talking and all these things. Thank you.
Don't worry. Don't worry. It's a strange. They're having their dinner. In Europe, we are ready for lunch. In America, they just wake up for their breakfast. This planet is always hungry.
But always full too, you could say. Depends which part you're looking at, I guess.
Yeah.
We have a question from Abood in YouTube. And we also have Wayne with his hand up. So Abood says, Dear Mayran, I need your help regarding the relationship between me and my son. Would you please help me regarding the cup of man, if it helps to improve our relationship? I thank you if you help me.
What kind of relationship is that? And why do you look at the cup of life to change your relationship? Elevate your soul, and if there is anything to be resolved, it will be resolved. This is what we call trust. Like the other guy, for 2 nights he lost the dreams. Now he's desperate, is something wrong. But he has to understand, you have to get to the point that you can, in a way, be lucky enough to receive, to raise the level of your soul, the strength of it, to understand more. And in understanding more, maybe what you blame your son is done wrong, or what your son blames you done wrong that you cannot see, but you've done most probably wrong, will not be there. It is a very difficult position. There's a lot of fathers with their sons and a lot of mothers with their daughters. We see them as us, but when they grow up, we want them to be what we would like them to be, but they're a challenge, they want to be themselves. And it doesn't work. And at the same time, to especially the new generation, what I call your son is anything around 50 and 60 and below, the evolution of time and science and technology has been so much that there is a huge age gap. He's not the age gap, he's a huge, huge comprehension of position in a lot of things. And it's just a matter of trying to be part of their lives is very important to, we cannot change it. The problem you have, you elevate your own soul. And if it is, we'll find a solution with your son. If there is a problem, or it's just the strength of imagination and thoughts and orders, expectation. Most of the problem with the parents and the children is expectation from one to the other and the other one to the other. We expect and we don't get, where we should actually elevate and let them find a way. I was having this chat with my son yesterday. I was telling him, he says, you know, I said, you don't need to study to be in conformity. You see what you enjoy doing. You don't need to do maths and physics just because to be conformed. You just do what you think and you're happy. That's what it counts. And at the same time, understand with what you do, you can make your life to be happy for you and your generation to come. Maybe he doesn't have to work ever in his life if he understands the work of the guns and how he can do things. But this is where the problem comes. We have to understand our children, and it's very difficult nowadays. We are too busy with other things, and the evolution in technology, especially technology, is dragging our children away from us. We know the computers because we sit on it, we tap a few things. But the world of computer to me and my son, I come from the donkey's age. When I sit next to him and he explains to us how games is done, how things are done, how it does this and that, I just say, I don't have no knowledge of it, even though we just buy it for them. But the extent of knowledge they have in these fields is beyond us, and they see life different than with us. We have to accept that difference and give them the freedom to do, and encourage them to stay in that freedom, not to keep them in the frame of us to be correct. I always encourage my children that way. I always said to Caroline from when they were little, the soul in a small body, we have to respect it. Even Mr. Topoli has a say in our house, because just because there's a soul in the body of an animal doesn't mean he has a right. And he knows it. He knows everything he wants and is respected. And somehow Caroline knows his language. She says, this is what he wants. And she goes, and that's it, it's done. I can hear him downstairs. Rap, rap. So it is us who needs to understand our children. And the only way we understand is not anymore understanding, it's elevating our own soul, that they become that atom as a proton, that they come back in and we learn from them. And if you can do that, you jump a lot of steps without problem with your children. I have 4 sons, and every one of them comes up with different aspects and everything else. My love for them doesn't change, and time to time we clash because the ideas are not there, but you give it time and you elevate their souls, and you elevate your own soul to understand their soul. And it just sorts out and it goes. Why there is a problem between you and your son? It's not him, it's you who have to raise your soul. Never blame the others, understand your own weaknesses.
So Buddha asks, how can I elevate my soul?
You're being given the cup of man. Go over the teaching, understand it, don't copy it. Feel it, comprehend it. It's not anymore where I put cancers, it's where I put my soul. That's what I kept on telling you for weeks and weeks. Move away from cancers and cups and whatever. Look at the energies they create. Look at the position they create, where you position yourself to elevate yourself. You put a cup of man on top of the other, and oh, just because Mr. Keshe said they have to be in the shape of the man, Dr. Asadi puts it in his bed, his head and his tail, and he sleeps towards Mecca, and another guy sleeps towards Jerusalem. I guess from all religions and things, and it's amazing how all think in the same way, but in their upbringing. The only lost ones are Christians, because the Vatican is not there. There's all doors closed. And in so many ways, try, if I put a cup of man, one upstairs and one downstairs, and I sleep in the middle floor, wouldn't it cover the whole of my soul and my family in the house? Why not? Limitation comes from your understanding. But the other point comes, do you need a cup of man to become a man? This is the problem. In the space, the cup of man is not with you. Where do you elevate the man? You have, this is what you have to understand. These are just gimmicks. If you look at the cup of man, it's the body which Christ resurrected from the ground. That's all. And that cell is you. And that cup is the soul of Christ. You want to still be that or understand it? It's very simple. A lot of people run into this, especially women. Women are the most amazing things God ever created. You know, I always say God created woman for man and he suffered so much. He said, no, I don't want to stay single and generous. And especially with women, it's not easy to live with a woman in a house and a child. And when it comes to how you raise your soul to embrace her, always, women always look for a point of attention. Does not matter if they're prime ministers to the girl of a baker. They want to be the center of attention. They want, but your job is to elevate your soul that you can give them. They can take it from you. And it's the same with all of us. Now we know the secret. It's not forgiving anymore. It's not understanding anymore. It's exactly what I tell you. Is you elevate your own soul and it'll overcome, because it's very easy. It's very, very easy to blame others. It's very hard to elevate one yourself. You have to educate yourself. Education needs time. Education needs devotion. Educating yourself needs sincerity. Doesn't matter who you are.
Mr. Keshe, it depends on the femininity or masculinity if the woman needs attention. If the female is more masculine and the male is more
Sorry,
feminine.
I've never seen a male female, so I can stick to what I know. But in so many ways, we have to understand. We have to understand the position and the strength of our own soul. How many times you stood without your son knowing, you gave to him freely from your soul? Nothing. And sometimes we don't want to listen to them. And sometimes they're there for their own arrogance to prove they exist. It is part of the cycle of human race. Marking trees like a dog. Everybody wants to mark it, doesn't matter, man, woman, child, or whatever. Try to elevate your own soul, then you'll find out even your partners, your children, or whatever goes wrong, it comes back to be good. I see Caroline angry with things which is man-made in her head. I just go and give her a cuddle. I say, just cuddle and just don't think. Women are emotional and children are worse than women. Emotional because they were created off air. So you can imagine how hard it gets for their father. try to work within a new understanding. Never blame. Be always the last man standing, and see how through your soul you can change it, not through your decisions and whatever. Learn to change, and the change comes so smoothly, it's unbelievable. I was brought up in a Jewish family from my mother's side, and something I could not understand, and it's because we come from the Iranian background. It was very strange. Is in Jewish religion, does not matter if the man and wife kill each other whole week. On Friday night, you have to have a relationship with your wife. That's the only compulsory thing in the Jewish religion, more or less. And now you understand, because it doesn't matter even it's with hate, the energy of love, the energy of giving changes things. And man does not understand it. You look at it as a physical interaction, but it has a lot of energy and soul interaction. Even if it's hate in it, that hate, because of what it is, will change to love, will bring creation. It is what we got to learn. Don't look what others do wrong. Look how I can elevate myself. That wrong to me is not wrong. Doesn't matter if they steal from you. This morning, before we start, and from what I see is sitting around the Keshe Foundation worldwide and what is about to come, I said to myself, what a stupid thing, doing so much and not being there to see the fruit of it. And in a way, you're cutting your own root. We don't want to stop making things, we don't want to stop promoting things, we don't want to stop going to work. We still carry on because there's nothing else to do. But we enjoy doing it because it brings pleasure to the others. Today, later on, the head of Keshe Foundation will show you new things which Keshe Foundation has brought in. And for the first time, when I look at it, when it's done, it's for bringing balance into the physicality of the body of the man. The new products, the new shirts and the trousers you'll see, is embedded in it, ganses, which brings peace to man. The position of it. But the beauty of it is we left it to designer. Designers gave exactly what we wanted. I wished for it, and a few tweaks here and there. When you see these new t-shirts, new trousers, when you wear them, you will feel the elevation, you will feel the change. It's not a normal shirt, it's not fewer spots. If you look at the back of the t-shirt done by the head of Keshe Foundation in China, it says sentence by sentence. It covers the whole of your lung, where you breathe, where your emotion comes from. It says one nation, one planet, one race. In every language we could get it in, which unites the soul of the man. It's the first time we put such a thing out. You'll find peace, because now gradually we have to learn to wear clothes of peace. And you'll see it, it'll come out, because we spend weeks, the Keshe Foundation China has spent to get it right, to get it exactly what it is, because we need to unite man, and in uniting man, you need to understand the language of the man. In a way, Universal Council, connecting what I said to all these, what you see here, we put it on a t-shirt, but it's embedded with ganses in a very different way. Even in the strength of your nerve interactions, in enclosure of your physical side, in enclosure of your, what I call the different parts of the understanding of life of man. And When you wear it, you feel it. And then because it supports the what we call the physical side, then you get elevation to the soul. Would we in the near future make clothing that as you wear, you feed, you're fed, you don't need to eat? The new t-shirts will give you some indication. The process is to do to peace. You will see new pillows which has been put out. The mixture in them, I specially designed it to bring peace to the soul of the man. When you sleep on the pillow, the way it's designed, the way it's done, is to bring you rest, to elevate the soul in the sleep, that the soul does not move in different ways. We just don't talk, we set things up, but at the same time, we do it in our own way, in a very hidden way. And there's a reason for it, that it comes the time it comes. Ella, can you put the pictures on? I want to explain to you very much how this thing is designed. If you look at the new t-shirts, which is put out since 2 days ago, whatever, in the Keshe Foundation, is designed to bring peace to man. It is designed to feed the man through the energies that it brings interaction into the body of the man, that it feeds the soul of the man. We got to learn, and as those who run the foundation we have to guide you to it silently. And in that process, to what extent we go. We show you the cup, we make a cup out of you, and at the same time, we give you every condition possible to find peace and elevation of your soul, nothing else. Don't look at what is wrong with me and my son and my wife and my children. Look at, can I elevate my soul, that it can give them to elevate theirs, that the problem is not there, which is what it was. But at the same time, they see the bigger dimension as I want to see the bigger dimension. And learn one thing, mankind has to start learning something very simple. From now on, you have the life of the physical dimension and you have the soul. And you're responsible for both of them, because you're aware of both of them now. By hiding it, doesn't go away. By liking it, doesn't go away. By making all masabzi, as we say, does not change. What's the next question?
Well, we have Abood has come in from YouTube into the Zoom here. He was the one that had the question about his relationship with his son. So perhaps you can interact with him and see if maybe there's a product the Keshe Foundation has that can segue into that. Abood,
The only product we have is our knowledge.
Well, that's the best product.
Can he speak?
Abood, let me unmute your mic, or you can unmute it. I think you have to actually. You should see an unmute mic icon there somewhere. Okay, well,
Hello,
okay,
hello.
there he goes. Hello, we
Okay.
hear you now. Mhm.
Hi, Eric. Good day, Mr. Cash.
Where are you
Thanks.
from?
I am from Iran, same as you, almost same age as you, and more or less the same profession also. We have a lot of things which are
What
same, but
profession are you? You're a teacher?
no, I'm electronic engineer, and more or less I'm teaching also in this field. But this is actually not the main thing. Well, of course, I understand all the things you are explaining to us, and I try to understand a lot, and I am following all your instructions since more or less 2 years. But I didn't have a chance till now just to talk directly to you. This is more or less maybe a very significant chance for me, and I want to use it for the most important thing which I have. Normally, of course, I understand we are in a very critical situation regarding the corona and so on. But for me, okay, this is more or less not that priority. The first priority in my life is just the relation between me and my son. I mean,
Is
if
he the only son?
he is the only son, I have but 2 children, my daughter and my son. Yeah.
And what is the problem?
The problem is, well, maybe you as a father understand it. We have a huge problem just to talk to each other, even. Because without talking, we cannot know why we have problem. How can I get to him?
Does he live with you?
Yes.
In so many ways, don't do anything. Just elevate your own soul and bring the love of Father to the house.
How can I do that?
We eat to sustain the life of the soul.
Yes, I
To
understand.
the physical dimension.
Yes.
We give you the cup of man, but if there is no cup of man, the man is in front of you as your son.
Yeah.
Reflect in him and understand him yourself. But it comes with the arrogance of time and expectation of what life the others have. And when you sit in front of your children, just adore them. I hear my children, I want to eat them, and I continuously pray for them. I don't see eye to eye with them in everything, but I always make the first move. They're in a very difficult situation, and I do not forgive, always pray for them. I give them from my soul. And it's not that it's going to be a hunky-dory in our children. Doesn't matter what background or whatever we come from. They want to be better than us, and they want us to facilitate them to be better than us, but they don't see themselves to be there. Or in so many ways, they see themselves better than us, and they want to be different. I remember when my oldest son, he was 14, 15, and I was trying to explain something to him, and he said to me, "You're a foreigner, you don't understand." I said, "What?" He said, "You're Iranian, you don't understand English."
And it was an evolution, a revolution to me. And then I understood there's expectation. And that expectation was not fulfilled by whatever. And I always pray for them that I raise to the level to understand them. I have a huge problem with my sons. They're not the only one. Sons for fathers means problem, but good problem. But you can say it and pray for them and keep out of the way, keep out of the young, especially young men and the first boy. Oh, you created him, you worshipped him. Now the king wants to be worshipped. I was just talking to the other gentleman in Australia, first child. And this is the problem we create. Doesn't matter what language, what nation. Greeks are worse than us and Italians, God forbid. And in so many ways, we bred them to become, and different, one of them in different position of life, they see themselves one way or another. It's just that you have to be the soul. You gave them the physical life, but you have to be the soul that to give them the support in the soul that they rise. They come back, always come back. But coming back the way you want it does not count. Coming back that the both souls are at peace counts. My children do not want to know anything about the technology. And my sons don't want any of their friends to know who I am, because they want to have their own mark. And with something we understood from early age, even before I started what you call the technology in my business life. They lived their very exclusive lives and they didn't want anybody to know how they lived because their friends wanted to be theirs and their way. And we don't understand it as older people, as parents. But in a way, we have to elevate our souls, not theirs. It's us who needs that.
Okay, may I just interrupt you, please? Okay, that means I have to accept him as he is.
No, no. It is you understanding that you don't understand his soul. His physicality is a reflection of his soul. If you go to accept him and do whatever, that's your physical side. Now you have the knowledge, you can elevate your own soul. And maybe that's what was needed. Then you can see his intelligence, his reasons. That's all.
Yeah, that means I have to elevate my soul, then I can understand him better.
Most probably. You don't understand, you make the connection that feeling become understanding. Move into the dimension of the soul. The language is very similar, but has totally different approach. I battle with my children every day, and 4 of them are 4 men, they're all with their PhDs, they think they're God. I have we cannot speak. The only thing we can speak is about the food, traveling, and everything else. Anything else is out of boundaries. So that's all it is, and that's the joy they have to have. Unless they want something and they go back, Papa.
Yes, but of course. I mean, sorry to interrupt you.
I always pray for their soul. I'm there when they want it, and I elevate their souls.
Okay, I understand. Yeah. To elevate the soul, I mean, is there any, let's say, a technique, some instructions, something to read? Because as I understand, it is the only way to understand.
You see, when you love your child the way you are, you'll be enlightened. You receive what you need. The key is yours. There is no machine. There is no process. When you're hungry, you know you're hungry and you go for the food. Mankind has to learn that when you're hungry for enlightenment to elevate your soul, you receive it. But don't expect it to be there today and be done tomorrow.
Of course, I mean, I have to be
Yeah.
patient. I understand. Just imagine me as a father. Of course, we build this family just to exist in a normal dimension as human beings are doing daily. That means at least a basic family relationship, a peaceful family relationship is the goal. Yeah.
How many
More-
times you walk your son and you tell him you love him?
How many times? Yeah, as much as I can't see him, although we are living in the same house, but we
old is he?
cannot. He's 18.
Oh my God.
But this problem started as he was 6 or 5 years ago. 5 years old.
Yeah, you have a small problem. Carl and I, we call it teenage craziness. It's the time they're trying to mark their land and mark their territory. That's very normal. And the problem is, especially the age gap, 40 years most probably, or whatever, they see themselves as a how can I put it? As different thing. I remember once we were walking with Caroline in Manchester, and my son says, "Can you walk on the other side?" I said, "Why?" He said, "I don't want my friends to see me as such an old man. Can you walk on?" And it was only 14, 15.
Yes, I
I
understand you completely. I mean, one thing I have to add, I do not want to change him because it is.
You can never change him.
Of course, I
You can
mean,
never change him.
I do not want to change him because my time is different. My way of, let's say, how I was treated and how I was grow. You know, our world in Iran is totally different than in Europe because I'm living in Germany, and due to that, he should grown up like a German. You know?
Are you still in Germany? Or are you back in Iran?
No, I'm still in Germany since.
Oh my God!
Years.
Your wife is Iranian too?
No,
German.
Yes.
Oh, so you have what I call complexity of children not knowing where they belong to. This is a very normal.
Because
and,
because I'm not forcing anybody just to live in an Iranian tradition. So even more, I try to set myself to the world or to the local life in Germany because I try
how long
to
have you been in
change.
Germany?
Since 1984. It's
You're
it's
old
decade.
man.
Yeah.
You see, the thing is, this is part of life. Doesn't matter culturally where you live or whatever.
Yeah.
But the only way humanity is the same. We had it in the Universal Council meeting yesterday, the day before yesterday, where we put the pictures. I asked before that if you have pictures of the world leaders and the people influential, like Minatis and Rothschilds and the rest of them. And the head of the Keshe Foundation made a very strong objection to it. Since when we put these things on? Since I said, you know something? And I went in the teaching. I said, you remember 2, 3 years ago, we put the pictures of the world leaders and we wanted peace and we all prayed for it. And it was on the Wikipedia, on the Keshe Foundation, everywhere. And we achieved it. We achieved world peace. Doesn't matter Corona came or not. It's irrelevant. We couldn't get a war going. Doesn't matter what we tried. Every fire that turned on, it just collapsed. And so now we put him with the soul of the world leaders who created this problem, like Gates and the rest of it. And so it's the same with our children. We got to give from our souls to them. Doesn't matter. And secondly, if you have teenagers, that always has been there. Nothing is good enough. And then you put the language, the race, and the rest of it in it. It runs in a bigger commotion. The same thing goes if you're living in Iran or whatever. But it's interesting. This is a pattern and carries on. I still go through it. My sons are in their 30s and they still live in their kukulan, and I pray for them. And they still want nothing to do because you're somebody they don't want to know because you look Iranian, or it doesn't matter, even if you're German, you're too old or whatever. And I go through it every day. I met my eldest son about 2 months ago. And in Istanbul, he was there on a business trip, and we just happened to have a night we could have a few hours. And he said, I have a problem. I said, what's your problem? He said, I have a friend of mine who does not know you, and I don't want you to talk about anything. We're going for dinner, we talk about the weather, the food, and that's it. I don't want you to talk about the foundation. I don't want to talk about this. So I get a watch list. And but this boy, the way they were educated, my children, they were brought up in elite education system in England. These are a bunch of guys. They've been together from age of 10, 11, some of them 5 or 6. They've all been brought up together. So the children know each other. When he turned up in the hotel and I invited them in, and he turned around to my son and says, what does your father do? And I start talking about the walls and the painting and whatever. And you could see his uneasiness. He wants to have a father, but he wants to be distant. It's the same. I'm sure you did the same thing to your father. How many times did you take your father to a party?
No, look here, I had a very good relationship with my father. I used to work with him as I was only 5 years old. Of course, I mean, he was very tough and very strong to us, and he treated us very strongly to make us very independent and strong. And due to that, well, we could more or less go through everything. I haven't any problem with my father anyway, but I'm sure there are many other people who want to raise their questions and so on, because I do not want to.
No, your problem becomes generation problem if you don't solve it. But raise your own soul.
Yes, exactly there. How can I change myself? Because even I am ready to do everything, doesn't matter what, just to rise, to elevate my soul.
The elevated soul of the man is to become detached from the physicality. And then when you become detached, when you put your prejudice away, when the easiest way to love your children, always say, and I get it, I have a rough time with my children. You don't want to know. But it's always there, the love of Father. And I always tell them, you know something, I still remember you putting you in one hand and washing you. That's how little, and that's how I adored you, and I still love that boy. And they have nothing else to say. Through that boy, I give all the love they want. And I don't need to fight it. I just give unconditional, and with it, I raise my own soul to be able to give. You got to understand there's a bigger forces behind, but at the same time, you have to allow the time of maturity.
I
and you cannot
understand.
change.
Yeah. Okay, that means I have to leave him as he is and just wait and have
Still, no,
patience.
you don't leave him. No, you haven't understood.
No, I mean,
You
I will,
raise,
yeah, I will stay
you raise
on
your own
his side.
soul. You raise your own soul level,
Yeah.
and then you can enjoy his soul in so many ways if you learn to live with his soul, and then you'll find out he'll turn the way he wants to be, not the way you want to be. If you look at the um, if you look at the soul of your child and
Yeah.
give to his soul by knowing that I need you for you to elevate me, you'll find out the situation changes. The thing is, we in the physical dimension, we don't make time for our children, what we expect them to be there. And I see that with my children. I devoted my life to the foundation and they sacrificed a lot. But they know it's there and I give to them in every shape or form possible, to the loving, the caring, and it's not without a battle. Even Muhammad had children, problem with his children. You don't want to go and read his life.
Okay. I mean, I would be even happy and satisfied even if I could just talk to him few minutes a day, just to build up a normal
But what is his
communication.
interest? What is his interest?
Is more unfortunately nothing.
Why nothing?
Nothing, because
What is his education?
education, after the 10th school year, he left school and he's not ready to do anything, and more or less he's interested on the army, which we're more or less absolutely against it, because I'm a peaceful man and I believe in
You
peace.
don't need no. Let me explain to you something. If his interest in the army has many divisions which doesn't carry arms.
Yeah, but unfortunately he wants to go exactly for the fighting combats and so on. This makes me worry.
But there are no armies anyway. There's no war, so you have no worries.
Well,
yes, you see, you can allow your children to have a choice, but if you wish it, it'll come that way. One of my children, they're all been brought up in a very exclusive school system. He became part of an army at the age of 11. He wanted to be a soldier.
yeah.
And he, at the age of 13, he became a sharpshooter in the British Army. And they realized he's a young boy, he's become a sharpshooter, and he got tags for it and everything. When they realized he was a sharpshooter, he was such a young boy, become so professional, they asked for his things back, his badges of the sharpshooter, as a medical marksman, they call it. And I remember he was sitting with Caroline undoing the badges because he had to hand them back over to the army, because they realized the young boy cannot be in this position. And with it, he realized that, because we didn't want him to be, but in this school he was going to, they have their own army, they have their own tanks and everything else. Their exclusive education system in England, you have this. And then he knew he still wanted to be in the army. He was only 12, 11. And he knew I don't want him to be, but sharpshooting was in a way to bring him, to make him a man. It would change his life. He's 31, 32 now. He's still in British Army, but he doesn't carry arms. He's become part of the communication and recruiting side. He enjoys the life of army. He doesn't carry arms. It's one of his conditions is set up with the army, but he enjoys the life of army. And we respect it. And Carl and I, we never objected to him. We encouraged him. He spends
weeks and months with armies. He still does his work. He's highly educated, but he wants to be in that framework. And over years, we've seen the pleasure, discipline, and joy he's brought him. But our wish was for him not to carry arm, and he understood it. And he doesn't want to go. He just wants to be part of it. And he's devoted to his army work. He literally lives it.
Oh.
And you got to let him do. You got to let him do. But
okay, I understand. I understand this, and I appreciate this way. Of course, we have to let our children to achieve their goals by their own. Absolutely, I believe in this way, and I think it is the correct way. But for me, look, we as a father, we more or less, willing or not, just we're looking from distance what happened to him, for example, the next years and so on. You know, this is.
I understand, but you got to understand, all of us wanted our children there and there. We wanted a life like this.
Yeah.
Look at it. We are in Corona, and who's dying? All the doctors are dying in the front line.
Yeah.
I've heard from parents says, I wish I never encouraged him to become a doctor. He's not there anymore.
Yeah.
As I said, you got to learn to praise for the soul. In a way, to elevate your own soul that you can give. The giving with the parents has changed, if you understand it. It's not just being there to give physically. You give to them through the soul, and you see they go that way. If you do give by expectation, you'll never receive. If you elevate your own soul that is there to give unexpected, that is there as a service, you will see the changes. But the changes has to be to his will as well, not just you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is his life, and it is not my life, and I have to let him to do exactly to design and to fulfill his own life. I respect that, and I think this is also the correct way of dealing with children. Anyway, regarding improving myself, because I think if I improve my own, let's say, soul, or
you know how you improve your soul. Sit down. You don't need to run around. And be humble enough to be humble, to be the lowest. Don't do it that I go lowest that I receive. Be humble enough to be the lowest. I explained this in the teaching. I think I spoke with it last week. When you're a drop of rain, you fall on the top of the mountain. To be humble enough to be a river, you sit at the bottom, but you know everything comes to you and elevates you and becomes stronger. A man has to be a river, not the drop of rain on the mountain. And this is what mankind has not realized.
Okay. Anyway, thank you very much, and I just it is
try to understand. Be humble enough to receive. You find out, then you receive even more than what you expect.
Okay, thank you very much. Of course, I mean, from the technical point of view, as I said, I'm an electronic engineer, and my knowledge is always based on physics. Due to that, if you are talking about
I'm talking about the physics, the physics of the universe.
Yes, of course. I mean, because of that, I more or less I try to understand at least a part of your explanation regarding the energy and transmission and so on. Most of them I could understand, but there are, you know, thousands of questions which I could put, but I think it is not the correct place now to go through to other things. Yeah. I'm not talking about, for example, leaving this earth and going in space and so on. I leave it for the next generation, but at least I try to solve a very, very small part of the problem, the daily problem which we have here. And I'm focusing on that.
Yeah, but elevate your own soul. You'll find that.
Okay.
And it doesn't come with the electric cables and everything. It'll come in the form of the cup of man.
Yeah, because I built the first cup and second cup.
Can I ask you a question? I'm going to ask you very personal.
Yes, please.
Do you have a close relationship with your wife?
Yes. Yeah.
You said as cup of man, you both will find yourself.
Yeah. That means we are both as a cup of man.
Listen, I explained to you exactly.
Yeah.
You don't need to make a cup of life or a cup of man.
Yeah.
Your partner is your cup. If you are clear enough. You understand?
Yeah, we have absolutely no problem. We are since more than 30 years married, and we have a more or less a very normal, simple life. We do not have a problem. But the problem is even she has the same problem with him. That means no communication.
Yeah,
so this is the problem.
No, you didn't understand. You don't need to make a cup of life if you have a partner in physical life. Your partner in the soul is different. But if you have a partner and you're that much sincere, you can, in a way, even your partner has a cancer, you can overcome it. If the love is there to do. You don't need to have a cup. Why do you make a cup when you have a partner which is already matured and in so much connection to be a part of you, a part of your life? Your cup is your partner, if you understand it.
Yes, of course.
Through it, you can mature your soul.
I even tried just to request my wife just to talk to him and just at least to get to him through his mother.
You see,
even that's not working.
Just ignore. You don't listen. I think I cannot get you one way or another. You have a relationship with your partner which is loving and mutual.
Yes, everything.
You don't need to make a cup of man.
Okay.
This is then if you don't, you have to make. But if you make if you understand it, and then you see one of the problems with parents is the more attention we pay, the worse it becomes.
Yes, I understand this exactly. Yeah.
So just walk away from it and leave it in time.
Okay.
This is the problem.
Okay.
Try to understand the simple life. First of all, try to be humble enough. And secondly, understand what a cup of life is or a cup of man is. Then you don't need, maybe in so many ways I always explain, our children are tests for us to understand our weaknesses. Not for us to prove who we are or what strong we are.
Yeah.
Our children are there for understand what we don't understand about ourselves. And if you realize this, you go miles and miles. And there's not much. You have to understand the psychology of the soul of the man, not the psychology of the physicality of man. Then you move very fast.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I wish you a pleasant time.
I hope you raise your soul. That's all I can.
I hope, but still, I have to find how.
Listen to the teaching, understand. Listen especially to this part, what I explained to you. I reach your soul and try to find out how you can receive it.
I hope to. I hope to.
Thank you very
okay,
much.
Mr. Cash, thank you very much, and have a nice day. Bye-bye.
What's the time? Shall we call it a day?
Yep, we've kind of gone into overtime for you here, Mr. Kesh.
We got the head of the Keshe Foundation. She she's got, as we said, the things which is done, and the new, as we said, new things are coming to the foundation. Is Ella still there, or is she asleep?
No, still here.
Still there. The Chinese eyes are there. So, would you like to tell us what you want to tell us?
I'm gonna.
I asked her, by the way, where are the journals? She said, I give you one a month. You already had in September, but I can give you more. But I think we'll catch up in the next couple of months with all of them.
Well, a little correction there. I'll give you a presentation a month. Typically a plasma times a month, just a presentation a month. So let's get the next presentation.
Okay. So in the presentation, we can get 2 or 3 journals.
Everything is possible, yes.
Yeah.
So we actually introduced 3 ranges of products. 2 are manufactured by our team from China, and 1 product range is manufactured from our team in Austria. The first product line is the Kesh Gans clothing line, and as Mr. Kesh explained before, it includes t-shirts and
Can we see before you go for where is the back of this?
I'm going into
In the pictures here, we want to see the back. The back is more important than the front with this t-shirt.
Definitely. So
Okay.
when a person goes on the store and sees the products, they can click on the product itself, and then more pictures will be revealed about the product. This is the back of the t-shirts, be it the long sleeve or the short sleeve ones, they have the same back.
Yeah, is one planet, one nation, one race in
Multiple languages.
12 languages. And the way it's positioned is on the heart and the lung. If you turn it forward, turn it to the front, please. You see the position of the heart and the planet. The position of the neck or the arms, the rings, and the body. Because we use a specific Gans combination, is to hold in within the soul of the man and elevate it. These t-shirts and the trousers are deliberately done for the elevation of the physicality and the soul of the man. They're embedded in a specific way with Ganses, which is done that way. In so many ways, we haven't gone for the design, we've gone for what we call the change of the physicality and the soul of the man. If you look at the medical side, we always say we put 2 to 1, even on the trousers. And the same principle and things have been followed more or less. It is to change. And in a way, when you wear it, you want to know how you feel. A t-shirt with emotion and soul. Carry on.
Thank you. We will also be publishing very soon will be also the size chart, so that everybody will know exactly in which measures they will fit. We do have the t-shirts available from ranging from extra small to triple XL sizes, so it should fit mostly everybody. Besides the Kesh Gans clothing line,
from the team in China, we also introduced the KashGAN's memory foam products. These are neck supports, sleeping pillows, lumbar support pillow, and other types of in a ring shape, sit in a square shaped pillows, travel pillows. They are all using the same technology of embedding the GANs with the material, so that the KashGAN's products that we got you used to it. So they are all put also at a special price. As we have said that we will bring these products to be affordable for everyone. So now you can actually enjoy the GANs using the products that you anyway use day by day or night by night.
These patches, the way we loaded them with GANS material, is more or less for a pain relief and at the same time for elevation. It's a specific way which is done.
We definitely would like to hear the feedback of every user before and after utilizing these products, both emotionally and physically. And last but not the least, we have 3 new products that are ranging out of Austria. And they are GANS plasma breathing unit, the GANS plasma spraying unit, and the GANS plasma water unit. They basically do as they are named to do. The GANS plasma water unit is a system which contains 3 exchangeable GANS plasma cartridges, and it does a process of GANS plasma filtration utilizing this system. So practically you have input and output, and the water is filtered through the system. That
These systems are deliberately were designed for the Corona systems for governments, and it's designed and built that way. And now it's been made because a lot of people want to be able to use it, and that's why we brought it to public.
Yes. We currently have them ranging in two types. One type which comes with the
It's in Corona, pardon?
We have 2 product variants for each of the products. One is coming with a cup of live GANS plasma, and one is with the mix of CO2 and zinc oxide GANS plasma.
Yeah. So in a way, it's bought by the hospitals and it's for governments that they can disinfect, or you can do the schools or breathing at the same time. And it's interchangeable. The next week, I think there's 2 more products will come from China. Hopefully you will see for the first time the CO2 portable unit and a new product which is just getting finished in China. We try to extend all these to a position of what do you call, this is for the spray, for environment, for disinfecting. And they are used, and the cartridges are used by a specific way. The package as a whole is sold to governments and hospitals at €10,000 as a package. Next one, please.
The spraying unit comes with 2 GANS plasma cartridges, and it has a backpack system, which means once you fill the container of 20 liters of water, the water goes through the cartridges, and you are capable of having the spraying system while carrying the backpack, the system as a backpack. So it's very easy to use.
We use these waters, this tank, especially the water one, not only for corona, but for disinfecting waters purification at home. It is a package as Keshe Foundation goes into what we call industrial, but commercial at the same time for different applications. Thank you very much. Anything else?
We also have the breathing unit included in the package, and then a set of all three of them. So the breathing unit as well contains two chambers through which the air passes, utilizing the same two variants of combination for the cup of life gas plasma and CO2 plasma. For those that are interested in buying the all three products, we do have a special bundle. So each product is €3,900 plus shipping and taxes. And the package together, the set of all three, will be €10,000 to which they add the shipping and taxes. So it is also possible to buy all three in one bundle. These units are coming, the spray unit has two cartridges that are replaceable. The GANS water unit has three cartridges that are replaceable. This is why we offered also the cartridges separately. Be replaced depending on the usage, but usually if it's regularly used, then it needs a replacement every month. So it's up to the frequency frequency of use.
There's something to mention. Hopefully from next month, we will introduce new range of product from Iran. The Iranian manufacturing, the Iranian team will bring in new products, which will be added to the range as the company in Iran is set up and getting set up. And the production of the goods will start from Iran. The Keshe Foundation Iran will be on the same presentation of products to do. Some of it very, very, what I call beautiful products, highly technical. And then it's what is built or gets built for the Keshe Foundation applications. And so we'll see the Iranian production system to come into production into the Keshe Foundation sales production of materials from maybe next month and maybe even sooner. The portable unit for disinfecting cities and towns will be offered by the Iranian team next week. Hopefully when it's done. I've just seen the technical side of it as getting used for governmental use, for application for disinfecting cities and towns and the rest of it.
Mr. Keshe, there's questions about whether people can, number one, be a distributor, and another question, whether there's a distributor in the UK so they don't have to pay additional shipping costs and so on.
The shipping cost the shipping cost is paid even by the local. There are distributors, the more people can join as a distribution to be distributors. And for example, we brought the price of the enhancement unit to 250,000 for a limited time. And once we will show the enhancement unit in the coming couple of weeks, I hope, in 3 weeks, then this is not a drawing anymore. We have the machine and it looks gorgeous. Then you will understand more how the foundation is moving. The CO2 kit is already, we received orders on it. And we have reassessed the prices of the CO2 kits in the past few days because our team in China have managed to different ways of solving some problems. And the same thing will come out of Iran. The commercial units for governments to buy for Corona will be offered by the Iranian team, and hopefully by next week. That it can be put in any hospital, in any what you call churchyard or anywhere else. Is a plug and play, and is on the industrial scale.
If I may add here regarding the distribution, we would like to inform that although this was made as a public announcement, everybody that was previously distributor with KFM Italy, all type of distributorship agreements done at that period are no longer valid for some months now. They were all informed. Just whoever would like to apply, they can contact us. They can contact us and say, I would like to be a distributor or a reseller. They will go through the security vetting process, and we have already a sales team that is ready to take them on board, give them all the trainings they need to have for the product. Everybody will have to have an agreement signed with our Keshe Foundation manufacturing entity. And in that contract and agreement, all the conditions and terms are defined on how they can proceed with the distributorship. And those that do not know if they have a distributor in their area for the moment, they can email us and ask, do you have? If we have, we will put them in contact. If we do not have, then they have the chance to maybe apply and become a distributor or a reseller.
Thank you very much. There is something we have to tell you which has come up. The Italian team who stole the Keshe Foundation customer list and the supplier list, they have started emailing people with the Keshe Foundation products and the others. Please, if you receive one, send it to us. We are piling the things for the Italian police for the arrest. And the more you send us, the more we can confirm of the deception. We've seen them sending emails. Send it to the info@kfm.global or info@keshe.foundation. And anywhere you know how to get in touch with us, we are piling the full case against them for the final arrest and political prosecution for stealing. The Italian police is very well. They thought they have a police with them, and they thought they have a police, financial police with them. But the Italian police has taken a very strong position regarding these two guys who used to work for the Keshe Foundation. They stole everything. And we're filing a criminal, case. And we've been told 100% they will get it because it's very clear how they stole. And in the past few days, as Italians are not buying and everything is dead, they start mailing on the mailing list to all the Keshe Foundation list of 20,000, which was on the list, offering it. And it comes the name of the guy, what's his name? He sends you, what's his name? Not Giuseppe, the other guy. He's sending you mail by his name.
Mr. Keshe, I got the text from somebody named Joseph.
Joseph, yeah.
It says they have a team of osteopathic and orthopedic based on plasma technology in Italy. And I forward the text to Carolina.
Yes, we are collecting this. They're called something 7 or whatever. We don't want to mention the name, but we are collecting. If you get in touch or they send you email shots, we need it as part of the prosecution. They used to work, he was a delivery, assembly man in a warehouse. And they ganged up and they thought they can steal everything. But the Italian police has agreed this is a huge fraud and criminal. We are going for them because Keshe Foundation invested millions in Italy. If you receive anything, please forward it to us. Anything else? No other announcements. I love these t-shirts.
I would love to see people walking on the street having this T-shirt so that everybody will know I am wearing a GANS Plasma T-shirt.
Strange enough is that the Keshe Foundation team in Iran will be allowed to use KF, and the one in the north already use KF, Keshe Foundation, KF SSI logo on the cleaning up the streets and in the mosques and everywhere. And it's amazing. It's the way it's going, and we hope we can reach agreement with your governments very rapidly through the Iranian officials. We would like to save the rest the way we've done the work in Iran. Thank you very much to the Keshe Foundation team, the support team, and the whole of the Keshe Foundation team who's been there. And I thank the officials, both in the army and the health section and the military, who have been solid with us, trying to find a solution to get this technology through in a correct way with a solid base. Again, you got to understand the Belgians have put so much rubbish up that people are dying. And what we've been told is they realized what they've done. And as we heard, some of them themselves have come to, as we've seen, dying of their own crimes, injustices. But we'll see how it comes. But when we come out with the Iranian officials, we'll come with a solid scientific paper background, and we put the Belgians in their place for it to be. Crime should not pay, and lying to the courts should allow you to do what you've done to yourself. Thank you very much for today. Thanks very much, Rick, and the team in the background. And we, in so many ways, take the next step. And I hope you understand Corona is very, very extremely serious. And I hope because of it, man learns to learn, elevate his own soul. And don't look at the dimension of physicality. Thank you very much.
Mr. Keshe, one last question maybe. Is there a new schedule for the Tehran conference, or
we have rescheduled it at the moment? Yes, we have rescheduled Tehran at the moment for about 19th of July.
Oh, okay.
We rescheduled it for that time. Hopefully by then we eradicate the Corona and everything else, and the other nations are there. The only reason we had to recognize it, there's no flight, nobody can fly anywhere. By then we hopefully should be able to open the airlines with the Iranian officials on the way we are going. And the whole structure will come out of Tehran, even if it means we have to do some corrections. Iran will support the technology scientifically. That is not just from the Keshe Foundation, it's supported, it's tested. It'll be all the trial cases will be with it. And as I said, I have requested from the Iranian officials to stand by to fly into Rome, Berlin, Paris, London, New York, and Los Angeles. The Iranian Separat team will force and with the technology will land in any of the nations which they request to support their nationals and to overcome Corona the way we have done in Iran. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you. Would you like to pay a tribute to the man who could see the future, but he didn't want to be part of it because the money was too good?
Okay, we can play that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, first I'll just announce thank you everybody for attending the 325th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, April 23rd, 2020. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for producing once again another Knowledge Seekers Workshop here. Okay, we'll play the video and see you next time around.
I'm going to give about educational aspects of what we are going to do with Keshe Foundation. Jan has written 3 books. He doesn't need uncertainty to explain things. See, in the first book he explains the concept of the neutron. Then we have the structure of light, where there is said that light is in fact it's a plasma. Then we see here the origin of the universe, the 3rd book. Logic. And we have real results when Mehran Keshe heals people or reverses their conditions, retunes them in their position. And he can do that. That means that the logic he uses to make those medical reactors is correct. Information, this kind of information, we have to share it, because we bring a kind of freedom in the thinking to the people worldwide. And what is essential is that we are going to give online access worldwide. We will have a wiki of our own, patents, space, energy, health, water, agro, nano, environmental, and new materials. Keshe Foundation independently helps the education and sharing knowledge for the better of mankind. Okay, thank you all.